Chapter 3059. Dragon punishment was the most powerful method to destroy the dragon race's source. It was a taboo technique of the entire dragon race. If Yongkai's threat to perish together with Fuqi was still acceptable to the second elder due to her anger, then the current situation was something she didn't want to see at all. The dragon clan could die, but their source couldn't be destroyed. "Stop!" Zhu Yin roared, his face as dark as water. Yongkai stopped as expected, and the words that had been jumping out of his mouth stopped. The lightning dragon that had been peeled off from Fuqi's head was also no longer in pain. "Great Elder, do you have any other advice?" Yongkai asked in a deep voice, but he was secretly afraid. Although he acted like a hooligan who would be willing to die if they were not forced into a corner. Fortunately, the Great Elder gave him face and jumped out at the crucial moment, otherwise, he would not know how to continue. Since things had developed to this point, he had no way out. He could either negotiate with the dragon race and pay a certain price to take Zhu Qing away, or shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. The latter was not what he wanted to see, but if it was the former, he was mentally prepared to pay a sufficient price. Seeing Yongkai stop the dragon punishment, Zhu Yin let out a sigh of relief. Since this young man had obtained the dragon race's inheritance and the ancestral dragon's source, he could no longer treat him as an ordinary human. It was useless to put on the arrogance of the dragon race. He pondered for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. A loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon, and the whole world seemed to tremble. Then, a beam of light burst out from a distant place, and the spiritual energy of the world surged and shook. It was bleak and restless. The three elders of the dragon race suddenly turned around and looked towards the source of the commotion. In the next instant, the three dragons' expressions changed. The second elder, Fu Tianyi, shouted in a low voice, "Not good." As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate figure flashed and flew in that direction like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. She didn't even care about what was happening here. This turn of events left the hundreds of mortals dumbfounded. Even Yongkai had a look of surprise on his face, as his eyes darted around in all directions. No one knew what the second elder was doing in such a hurry. Logically speaking, what happened here was related to the honor and dignity of the dragon race. After all, kidnapping the bride on the wedding day of the dragon race was really bad. The second elder had also shown an absolutely strong stance before, and even said that the dragon race and Yongkai would not rest until one of them was dead. This could be said to be an irreconcilable enmity. What was it that could make such an expert like Fu Tianyi lose his composure? He couldn't even be bothered to deal with Yongkai's kidnapping of the bride, and wanted to deal with it directly? Something happened on Dragon Island, and it was a big deal. This kind of incredulous thought appeared in everyone's mind. Sure enough, they saw that the Great Elder, Zhu Yin, and the Fourth Elder, Zhu Kong, both had serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. When Yongkai tore off Fuqi's arms earlier, they did not reveal such an expression. Looking at the other dragon race members, they also had bewildered expressions, as if they had some guesses. "Qing! Or what is that place? What happened?" Yongkai secretly transmitted to Zhu Qing. He was secretly excited, as he keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity. Among the three great elders of the dragon race, the second elder, Fu Tianyi, was the most difficult to deal with. If she had not been so unreasonable, Yongkai would not have gone so far before. Now that she had actually left, Yongkai was naturally happy to see this. Without the second elder as a huge obstacle, only the great elder, Zhu Yin, and Zhu Kong were left. If they tried hard enough, they might be able to sit down and talk peacefully. After all, these two elders were from the Zhu faction of the dragon race, so they were more or less biased towards Zhu Qing. This could be seen from the attitude of the two elders before. Hearing Yongkai's question, Zhu Qing replied, "Dragon's tomb. That is the dragon's tomb. Something seems to have happened to the dragon's tomb." "Dragon's tomb?" Yongkai raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew what the dragon's tomb was. It was a place where the dragon race members would definitely enter before they died. It was the forbidden area of the entire dragon race. Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth to search for the lost source of the dragon race. Her main purpose was to bring it back to the dragon's tomb. Since the dragon's tomb was the graveyard of the dragon race, what could have happened there? For the second elder to run away without even saying a word, this matter was really strange. Zhu Qing could not say why, but she knew that something must have happened to the dragon's tomb. While Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were communicating, the great elder and the fourth elder were also quietly communicating. It was unknown what the great elder said to the fourth elder, but Zhu Kong's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely solemn. Yang Kai's eyes turned. Then he suddenly raised his head and said, "Great elder, fourth elder, this junior was in the wrong today, but there was no other choice. This junior was also thinking of Qing Er's happiness, which was why I acted so ruthlessly. I hope the two elders can forgive me." His conflict with the dragon race was basically concentrated on the second elder, Fu Tin. Now that Fu Tin had left, if he could take this opportunity to persuade the great elder and the fourth elder, he might be able to leave safely. It was just that he did not know if the dragon race would be willing to let him go. He was worried about his gains and losses, and was also a little apprehensive. Hearing this, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong both looked at Yang Kai in amusement and anger. Previously, when he was facing the second elder, this brat had a firm and unyielding attitude, as if he could not wait to fight to the death with Fu Tin on the spot to prove his feelings for Zhu Qing. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had softened his tone. It seemed that he was someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. With a solemn expression, Zhu Yan said, "Injuring my clansmen and humiliating my dragon race's reputation is not something that can be explained by saying that you had no other choice." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Then what does the great elder want? You have also seen Qing Er's attitude. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why should the dragon race deceive themselves like this? Fu Qi is a dragon race, so is Zhu Qing not a dragon race? You should also think more about Zhu Qing." Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "That may be so, but today's matter is destined to not end peacefully." Yang Kai's expression sank. Since the great elder has said so, this brat can only accept. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for the great elder's forgiveness. His attitude towards the great elder was completely different from his attitude towards the second elder. He had already offended Fu Tin, so if there was still a chance, he was not willing to offend the great elder. Today's matter should be repaid with blood, Zhu Yan said in a low voice, then suddenly changed the topic. "But this old man does not want to bully the weak and ruin the reputation of my dragon race." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What does the great elder mean? If you let Fu Qi go, this old man will not make a move on you." "Really?" Yang Kai was happy after hearing that. In the entire Dragon Island, the people he feared the most were the great elder and the second elder. These two were existences comparable to the great emperors. Now that the second elder had left early for no reason, if the great elder also did not make a move on him, then this Dragon Island was so big that he could come and go as he pleased. It would be difficult for the fourth elder to make him stay. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that this great elder had become kind and amiable. Even his stern face had become much warmer. As expected of the dragon race, he was still biased towards Zhu Qing and wanted to make things easier for her in a roundabout way. Dragon race great elder's words carry enormous weight. This brat naturally trusts him. Yang Kai kept nodding with a happy expression, causing the few hundred mortals to roll their eyes. Just a moment ago he was still doubting the other party, but in the blink of an eye, he was praising the other party. "Then let him go." Zhu Yan looked at him indifferently and said. Yang Kai did not waste any time, and directly threw Fu Qi, who had been in his hand, out. Fu Qi had lost both of his arms, and was in so much pain that his face had already turned pale. He originally thought that he was going to die here today. But who would have thought that he would be able to survive in such a hopeless situation? After being thrown out by Yang Kai, he immediately grabbed the two severed arms that Yang Kai threw away, and quickly ran in a certain direction. He did not dare to stay here, and only wanted to find a place to recuperate. Although his arms were torn off by Yang Kai, the vitality of the dragon race was tenacious. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would definitely be able to recover. Before he left, he glared fiercely at young Kai, looking like he was going to come back for revenge. He was an 8th order thunder dragon. If not for young Kai's surprise attack just now, it would have been impossible for him to be directly subdued by Zhu Qing. Now that he had suffered such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? In front of so many people, he was injured and Zhu Qing was snatched away. If he could still swallow this anger, then he wouldn't be Fu Qi among the crowd. Li Jiao looked at the escaping Fu Qi with a gloomy face and a struggling expression. Previously, when Yang Kai taught Fu Qi a lesson and tore off his arms, Li Jiao was elated. If not for this bastard, how would San Yang have to suffer 200 to 300 years of pain? He wished that Yang Kai could kill Fu Qi directly. But now that Yang Kai and the great elder of the dragon race had reached an agreement and released Fu Qi, Li Jiao felt a little disappointed and a little relieved. He was disappointed that Fu Qi managed to escape, but he was relieved that Fu Qi did not die in the hands of Yang Kai. Enmity naturally had to be taken with his own hands to vent his anger. Thus, Fu Qi's narrow escape gave Li Jiao a chance to take revenge. But Fu Qi was a rank 8 lightning dragon. Even if he was heavily injured, Li Jiao knew that he was not his opponent. He only had a lower rank 3 bloodline. How could he win against a rank 8 dragon race dragon? Unless he could also raise his bloodline. Thus he was hesitating and struggling. What should he do to kill Fu Qi? He was very clear about the consequences of killing a dragon race dragon. But as a man, there were things that could be done and things that could not be done. He had a scale that belonged to him. Just as he was hesitating, Fu Qi had already disappeared. Among the crowd, other than Li Jiao staring at Fu Qi, there was another pair of eyes that greedily stared in the direction that Fu Qi left. I have already released him. Great Elder must keep his word. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan nodded and said, "This old man will naturally not go back on his word." After saying this, he glanced at Zhu Kong, then turned around and left. Looking in the direction that he left, he was also going to the dragon's tomb. Furthermore, his speed was not slower than the second elder's. With a few leaps, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. This discovery caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 3060. The second elder mysteriously heading to the dragon's tomb was already shocking enough. But now even the first elder had rushed over. What exactly had happened at the dragon's tomb? That 2 powerhouses comparable to great emperors had to go over to handle it. Kai Yang also had a thoughtful expression on his face as he scratched his chin. Suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched, and he hatefully said, "We've been tricked." "What?" Zhu Qing looked up at him suspiciously. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "He really is a sly old fox." Inferring from what had just happened, something huge had indeed happened at the dragon's tomb. And the second elder could not handle it alone. So the first elder had to rush over to help no matter what. In other words, regardless of whether Yang Kai released Fu Qi or not, the first elder could not stay here for long. Perhaps if he had just delayed for a while, he would not have needed to discuss any conditions with the first elder. At that time, with Fu Qi in hand, would it not be easy for him and Zhu Qing to leave Dragon Island safely? He believed that without the first elder and second elder, just the fourth elder alone would not be able to stop them. Now, however, he had accidentally fallen into the first elder's trap. With the hostage in hand gone, he had lost the initiative. But thinking about it, this might have been the best outcome. If he had not agreed to the first elder's suggestion earlier, it might have forced the first elder to personally take action and end things quickly. At that time, Fu Qi would not have a good ending, and he would not have a good ending either. Thinking like this, Yang Kai calmed down. Although he had been tricked by the first elder, this outcome was still acceptable. With the 2 elders leaving, only the 4th elder Zhu Kong and the many members of the dragon race remained in the temporary imperial residence. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Zhu Kong. "What does 4th elder want to say? Will you let us leave? Or will we fight it out and see who's better?" Today's situation had been unexpected, but everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. Facing the dragon race that had lost the first and second elder, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. Today is an eventful day for Dragon Island. If possible, could you stay on Dragon Island for a few days and wait for everyone to make a decision? Yang Kai chuckled. Fourth Elder, are you bullying me because I'm young and ignorant? If I don't take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Island today, what chance will I have in the future? Therefore, I cannot agree with Fourth Elder's suggestion. That's also true. Zhu Kong gently nodded. It was this elder who made things difficult for you. Zhu Qing took a step forward and sincerely looked at Zhu Kong, saying, Fourth Elder, Yang Kai and I do not wish to become enemies with the dragon race. We just want to leave this place. Would Fourth Elder please allow us to do so? Zhu Kong shook her head with a solemn expression. You have also heard what the Great Elder said earlier. Today's matter is destined to not end peacefully unless you surrender yourselves. Then let's fight. Yang Kai took a step forward, his huge body as towering as an iron tower. Monstrous dragon power rolled around him. The Fourth Elder squinted his eyes and said, There are only two of you. I fear that you do not have much of a chance of winning. I advise you not to resist. Just as he said this, a person suddenly appeared and stood next to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing turned to look at him and furrowed her brow. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say something. But in the end, she did not say anything. Zhu Lai cupped his fists and said, Fourth Elder, excuse me. The one who had stepped forward was surprisingly Zhu Lai. All of the dragon's expressions changed. Although Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing were siblings, Zhu Lai's actions still made him an enemy of the Dragon Island and the dragon race. To be able to make such a decision, it was not just due to familial ties. It also required a great deal of courage. Zhu Kong's expression did not change, as though she had expected this. Nodding, she said, It's nothing much. Any choice will require a corresponding price. I just hope that you will not regret your decision today. Zhu Lai solemnly said, I will not regret it. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Brothers in battle, father and son in battle. Good job, brother-in-law. The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. Every time he heard Yang Kai call him brother-in-law, he would have the urge to beat him up. At this moment, another person stepped out from the crowd and stood firmly by Zhu Lai's side. However, his performance was far inferior to Zhu Lai's. His expression was bitter, and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid of something. You also came? Zhu Lai looked at Li Jiao in surprise. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. Young Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Zhu Lai did not say anything, and only reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Li Jiao immediately had a flattered expression on his face. Although he had come into contact with Zhu Lai before, and had even gone through life and death together in the reincarnation world for a period of time, Zhu Lai had never once looked him in the eye. Li Jiao could clearly sense Zhu Lai's disdain for him. He knew himself well, and knew that as a descendant of the dragon race, it was impossible for him to be treated seriously by the dragon race. Until today, although it was just a simple action, it represented recognition and intimacy. Li Jiao did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Although he had received Zhu Lai's recognition by standing up, and if he was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely gain many benefits in the future. However, in today's situation, he feared that he would most likely die. He did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Fire Dragon Palace. Descendant of the dragon race? The Fourth Elder frowned as he looked at Li Jiao, seeing through his identity at a glance. Descendants of the dragon race were too easy to recognize. The dragon blood in their bodies was not pure, and all members of the dragon race hated descendants of the dragon race because they did not like the aura they emitted. Any descendant of the dragon race would not be able to raise their heads in front of a true dragon race member. They would have a clear sense of inferiority and would not even have the courage to look them in the eye, let alone make an enemy out of them. However, this descendant of the dragon race's performance today was somewhat unexpected. Zhu Kong looked meaningfully at Yang Kai and knew that the reason this descendant of the dragon race had stood up was definitely because of Yang Kai. Did this brat have that much charm? He actually had a descendant of the dragon race work so hard for him. But this was of no use. Although this descendant of the dragon race's cultivation was not weak, his bloodline was too low. Against a true dragon race member, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Fourth elder, there are 4 of us. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward Zhu Kong. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the dragon race, it was at least double the original number of people. Zhu Kong faintly smiled. 4 is not a lot. 4 is indeed not a lot. But what if we were added in? A clear and bright voice suddenly rang out, directly ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone became bewildered because when they looked around, there was no one around. Yet this voice strangely rang out. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward a certain spot in the air with great surprise. Zhu Kong had clearly also noticed something, as her eyes suddenly focused. This voice. In that empty space, a vortex had strangely appeared. The inside of the vortex was a chaotic void. It was like the mouth of a fierce beast that could swallow everything. A void corridor. Someone cried out in surprise and clicked their tongue in wonder. It was impossible for a void corridor to appear out of thin air. In addition to that person's voice, everyone immediately realized that a strong person had broken through the void and arrived. But who exactly was it that was so daring as to provoke the dragon race before they had even appeared? This was truly reckless. Who could easily endure the anger of the dragon race? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small figure suddenly walked out of the void corridor. Everyone could not help but be stunned, because this person was truly too small. It was clearly a child, and it was a little girl. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a dress that was slightly oversized with long sleeves that almost reached her feet. Her hair was simply tied into 2 ponytails behind her head. Her small face was like carved jade, and she looked extremely cute. Not to mention the hundreds of mortals, even the many members of the dragon race, could not help but take a few more looks at her. Once the little girl appeared, her round eyes began to look around, sweeping across everyone as though she was looking for something. There was a clear look of excitement and anticipation on her face. Yang Kai let out a cry of surprise before breaking into a smile. The little girl's gaze finally landed on him. She was only stunned for a moment before flying over like lightning, stopping in front of Yang Kai. Everyone couldn't help but worry for her. Yang Kai's incomparably large body, and the little girl's petite body, gave off too much of a visual impact. Even if the little girl stood up straight, she was only the size of Yang Kai's nose. Especially now that Yang Kai was grinning with his mouth wide open. It was as though he could swallow the little girl at any moment. Just as everyone was on edge, the little girl's clear voice rang out. "Master, how did you become so big?" Master? Everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing that they had heard wrongly. Zhu Kong's expression also became extremely strange. He could feel that this seemingly harmless little girl was hiding a huge power within her body. Moreover, that power seemed to be the power of the Holy Spirit. It could even be said that it was not weaker than the Holy Spirit of the dragon race. He had never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse before. What made him even more puzzled was that this little girl actually called Yang Kai master. The two had a master-servant relationship? But how was that possible? For the first time today, Zhu Kong felt a sense of uneasiness. It seemed that there would be a great change in Dragon Island today. This kind of uneasiness made his heart heavy. Moreover, the voice that inexplicably rang out just now was definitely not this little girl's voice. That voice sounded like, "Damn, you touched this old lady's butt." Just as everyone was in a daze, a delicate shout rang out. Immediately after, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire rushed out from the void tunnel. That woman turned her head and glared in the direction of the void tunnel with a face full of anger. Under such a tense atmosphere, such a sentence suddenly popped out, causing everyone's expression to become strange. And with this interruption, that tense and austere atmosphere suddenly disappeared. "What are you blocking here for?" "I did not do it on purpose." A third person's voice rang out. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the man who had spoken at the beginning. The void tunnel disappeared, revealing the figure of a handsome and elegant man. That man had a bitter smile on his face, and his expression was also a little awkward. And after he appeared, the void tunnel suddenly disappeared. Chapter 3061. When Yang Kai showed up to snatch the bride, all the dragons looked at him with disdain. When Yang Kai transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon, all the dragon race members exclaimed in amazement. When Yang Kai tore off Fuqi's arms, all the dragons were enraged. Their clansmen were being tortured and humiliated, so they naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. But when this man and woman appeared, all the dragon race members' expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the fourth elder was the same, gritting his teeth with a solemn expression as he shouted, "Jiufeng Li Wui!" The two masters who suddenly appeared through the void corridor were Spirit Beast Island's Jiufeng and Li Wui. Putting Jiufeng aside, Li Wui was proficient in the Tao of space, and was known as the #1 master in the star boundary below the great emperors. For him, bringing a few people to the void corridor was not a difficult task. Looking at the expressions and attitudes of the other dragon race members, it seemed that there was some kind of grudge between them and these two. All of them were gnashing their teeth, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on these two and gnaw on their flesh. Yang Kai also asked in surprise, "Seniors, why are you here?" Li Wui glanced at him with a smile. "You didn't forget the well digger even when drinking water. Have you forgotten this king's kindness so quickly?" Yang Kai was a little confused, not knowing what he meant, but soon, his eyes lit up, as if remembering something, and he asked in surprise, "Was that divine sense left behind by Senior?" Li Wui smiled slightly. "Yes. So that's how it is." Yang Kai suddenly understood and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Previously, when he and Li Jiao broke into Dragon Island, they were trapped in the void labyrinth and couldn't find a way out for a while. In the end, they encountered a divine sense phantom in the void labyrinth. If it weren't for that phantom, he and Li Jiao would probably still be confused in the void labyrinth. He couldn't figure out who left that divine sense phantom, but now that he heard Li Wui's words, he realized it was Li Wui's divine sense. No wonder he felt that divine sense was a little familiar at that time. Li Wui waved his hand slightly. "It's nothing, this king should be thanking you." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused. Li Wui, however, did not explain anything. He just looked at Zhu Kong and said, "It's been over 10 years since we last met, but fourth elder's style is still the same." Zhu Kong coldly snorted. Faced with Yang Kai stealing the bride and injuring the dragon race, there was not much of a change in his expression, but when facing Li Wui, there was a clear trace of dread and vigilance in his expression. Without answering the question, he asked, "With the two of you here, doesn't that mean that person has also come?" Li Wui chuckled. "Why else do you think the first elder and second elder would go together?" Even though fourth elder had guessed this, his expression still changed when he confirmed this matter. "That person?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The conversation between Li Wui and Zhu Kong sounded simple, but it contained a great deal of information. Thinking back to the hurried attitudes of the head elder and second elder, an unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his mind. He glared at the little girl in front of him. Lu Yan's divine sense surged, as he secretly transmitted, "The martial beast has come." Yang Kai's body trembled, as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He finally understood why the first elder, Zhu Yan, and second elder, Fu Xiu, could not even attend to his own matters. It turned out that the martial beast had personally come to Dragon Island. Faced with the great emperors who had been famous for a long time, neither the first elder nor the second elder dared to say that they could easily win in a one-on-one fight. Only by working together would they be able to suppress him. Yang Kai was puzzled, saying, "Why did the martial beast master come to Dragon Island? And why did he run over to the dragon tomb?" Lu Yan replied, "I don't know either. I just know that this matter is very important to him." Although Lu Yan had been living on Spirit Beast Island for the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time fusing with the Phoenix True Fire. After breaking out of his shell and being reborn, he had been cultivating the Phoenix clan's secret techniques. As such, he did not know much about the matters on Spirit Beast Island. This time, he suddenly received the news and rushed to Dragon Island with several masters. The martial beast, the dragon tomb, more than a decade ago. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind one by one, and he felt that things were getting more and more complicated. But in any case, The current situation had changed, and he was no longer at a disadvantage. Originally, there were only 4 people on his side, facing the entire dragon race. It was still a little difficult, but with the addition of the strong reinforcements from Spirit Beast Island, the balance had been slightly tilted towards his side. The attitude of Li Wuyi and the others had already made it clear that they were on the opposite side of Dragon Island. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. Jiufeng had not spoken since she appeared. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned, looking around with a smile. When she met Yang Kai's eyes, she even winked at him. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she was sighing in her heart. She still remembered the scene when she first saw Yang Kai. At that time, this boy was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, and she had stopped him on the way to Azure Sun Temple. At that time, he was just a junior with some opportunities in her eyes. Like Li Wuyi, he cultivated the Space Divine technique, and she could kill him with a snap of her fingers. But how many years had it been? Facing him now, Jiufeng could no longer look down on him. His huge body contained unimaginable power, and it was a power that made her treat him as an equal. The speed of his growth was too fast. For the first time, Jiufeng saw the shadow of the great emperors in a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Fourth Elder, there is no need to worry. You and I can't intervene in the matters over there. Why don't we take this opportunity to continue the battle we started more than a decade ago? What do you think, Fourth Elder? Unlike the solemn expression on the Fourth Elder's face, Li Wuyi was always smiling with a calm expression on his face. Zhu Kong obviously understood this truth. Without reaching the 10th order, one was not as good as the great emperors. Although he was also an elder on Dragon Island, his true strength was far inferior to the Great Elder and Second Elder. He really couldn't intervene in the battle over there, and neither could Li Wuyi, Jiufeng, and the others. If not, they wouldn't have come here. It was better to stay there and help. It was precisely because Li Wuyi and Jiufeng were self-aware that they wouldn't stay there for long. While they were talking, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the direction of the dragon tomb, and a violent energy fluctuation pushed towards them like an arrow released from a bow. Above the sea, the waves rolled, and the entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse. They were already fighting over there. Yang Kai looked in that direction with some excitement, his heart itching, as if it had been scratched by a cat. A battle between great emperors. This was a battle between great emperors. It couldn't be compared to the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong that he had seen in the Shattered Star Sea. Back then, although Duan Hongchen and Wukong had the titles of great emperors, their strength had been greatly reduced. It was definitely not as earth-shattering as today's battle. If he could observe such a battle with his own eyes, it would definitely be worth hiding away for a year. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to take a look. Although it was extremely dangerous, who would want to miss such a battle? Master really is impatient. Li Wuyi glanced in that direction and slowly shook his head. When he turned back, he urged, "If Fourth Elder feels that it's fine for everyone to sit down and chat, this Li has no objections. It just so happens that this Li has brought a few jars of good wine and would like Fourth Elder to taste." Zhu Kong gave him a deep look. "You've always had so much nonsense to say." Jiufeng also curled her lips. "I told you to talk less and watch more, but you just wouldn't listen. It's not like you haven't suffered losses before. You really can't change your ways." Li Wuyi rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered, "It's best not to fight if you can. Fourth Elder isn't that easy to bully." Zhu Kong snorted lightly. "You want to bully me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, without any warning, they attacked together. Li Wuyi raised his hand and swatted towards Zhu Kong. The space principles instantly surged, turning into a void vortex that enveloped Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder remained unmoved. His expression was solemn as the phantom of a giant dragon suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. In the void, a transparent barrier seemed to appear, blocking the giant dragon, but Li Wuyi's hand was also suspended in midair, unable to descend. The space principles around him were in turmoil. The expressions of the two were extremely serious, and most people couldn't see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he carefully sensed Li Wuyi's space principles and compared them with his own. For a while he actually gained a lot. Ancient and obscure syllables rang out, and Zhu Kong quickly formed a seal with her hands. Facing Li Wuyi's attack, the syllables that came out of her mouth became faster and faster, eventually forming a line. Protection technique. Yang Kai frowned, instantly understanding what kind of secret technique Fourth Elder was using. Not daring to hesitate, he also chanted the dragon language and formed a seal with both hands. Zhu Kong took a deep look at him, a look of surprise flashing through the depths of her eyes. Yang Kai could use the dragon race's secret techniques. This was something that she already knew. Since he could use the dragon race's secret techniques, it meant that he had already received the acknowledgement and inheritance of the ancestral dragon. However, Zhu Kong never thought that Yang Kai would be able to communicate with the Dragon Hall. On Dragon Island, there were two forbidden areas. The first was the Dragon's Tomb, and the second was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon's Tomb was the burial ground of the dragon race, while the Dragon Hall was the place where the heroic spirits of the dragon race were protected. Both were the foundation of the dragon race, and neither could be missing. In order to communicate with the Dragon Hall, not only did one need an extremely pure bloodline, one also needed to pray for many years and perform an important ceremony. On the entire Dragon Island, only a few elders could communicate with the Dragon Hall. And the greatest benefit of communicating with the Dragon Hall was that one could quickly use the dragon race's secret techniques, eliminating some of the tedious methods. Aside from this, the greatest use of the Dragon Hall was to provide a kind of protection. This protection was the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline. Zhu Lai had previously told Yang Kai that the protection of the Dragon Hall could offset the suppression of the bloodline to a large extent. Thus, on Dragon Island, if the dragon race was prepared, Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin would not have such an obvious effect on the dragon race. The reason why Fu Qi had been so easily captured by Zhu Qing was because it had caught her off guard. Fu Qi never thought that Zhu Qing would recover her strength and attack him. The second reason was that Fu Qi had not received the protection of the Dragon Hall. However, the secret technique that the Fourth Elder had unleashed was clearly a protection technique. He understood better than anyone that the advantage of the dragon race was their numbers, while their disadvantage was their bloodline. Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the bloodline of the dragon race, making it impossible for them to use their full strength. Chapter 3062. If Yang Kai really was allowed to unleash his might, the entire dragon race on Dragon Island might not be his opponent. Thus, before the battle began, the Fourth Elder needed to resolve the suppression of his bloodline. The protection technique was his only means. As the two dragon voices rang out, a series of dragon roars could be heard from the faraway and hidden dragon palace. Then more than 10 beams of light shot up into the sky like a group of dragons emerging from the sea. They flew across the sky and arrived above the spiritual island in the blink of an eye and plunged downwards. Seeing this, the many members of the dragon race were naturally overjoyed and went forward to welcome them. Chi 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 chi. The rays of light from the dragon palace entered the bodies of the many members of the dragon race, but they did not increase their strength. Instead, they became more confident. It was as though they had been reborn, and the fear from Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Guide! Yang Kai gave a low shout, and one of the rays of light suddenly changed direction. Circling around a dragon race member, it landed next to Yang Kai and entered Li Jiao's body. Li Jiao's body trembled. He still did not understand what had happened, but after this ray of light entered his body, Li Jiao clearly felt a change in his body. The most obvious change was that the dragon's might from the dragon race did not seem to have much of an effect on him. The bloodline that had been suppressed had also regained its freedom, and the Emperor's chi flowed happily through his body without any more hindrances. This is... Li Jiao was dazed. Opening his hand to take a look, he was in disbelief. The protection of the dragon palace, Yang Kai casually replied. Shaking his head, he had a dissatisfied look on his face. According to his original plan, he wanted to intercept all of the protection from the dragon palace. If he could really do this, he would be able to win today's battle without even fighting. Just the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin was enough to cause the members of the dragon race present to be restrained. It was likely that they would not even be able to use half of their strength. But in the end, he had still underestimated Zhu Kong's abilities. In the fight for the protection of the Dragon Palace, he was weaker than Zhu Kong. After all, Zhu Kong was truly the fourth elder of the dragon race. She was naturally very familiar with communicating with the Dragon Hall. Hearing Yang Kai's reply, Li Jiao's eyes flashed. Since the appearance of the dragon race, he had been in a state of suppression. Previously, he was able to stand out from the crowd and walk firmly to Yang Kai's side because of Lu Sanyang. If he wanted to avenge Lu Sanyang, he could only rely on Yang Kai. He didn't think that he would be of much help to Yang Kai by himself. Against a pure-blooded dragon race, he had no hope of winning. But now this kind of suppression had been greatly weakened. Everyone seemed to be standing on the same starting line in terms of bloodline, and no one could suppress the other. Li Jiao's expression became stern as he stared in the direction that Fu Qi had left in. His eyes shone with a frightening light as he said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, this Li wants to go." Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do, and agreed without waiting for him to finish. "I will return as quickly as possible." After Li Jiao said this, his figure flickered and he retreated. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he disappeared from their field of vision. And in the short time that Yang Kai and Li Jiao were communicating, the space around the fourth elder suddenly became extremely distorted. That space looked grotesque and variegated, as though it could collapse at any moment. He tried his best to resist for a while, but was still unable to break through this spatial divine technique. He could only sigh and shout, "Since you want to insist, then as you wish." Li Wui laughed and said, "Excuse me, fourth elder." Saying so, the big hand that had been suspended in midair suddenly slammed down. Without a sound, the fourth elder disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Li Wuyi's figure also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a layer of spatial fluctuations that spread out in all directions. Yang Kai raised his brow, keenly aware that this was a spatial divine technique. It seemed that Li Wuyi had dragged the fourth elder into an inexplicable space. As expected of the strongest master under the great emperors, Yang Kai had never experienced how strong the fourth elder was. But he was definitely much stronger than an ordinary third-order emperor realm master. Even so, he was unable to break through Li Wuyi's divine technique. Li Wuyi obviously wanted to fight the fourth elder alone, and this was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Without the fourth elder as a strong enemy, he did not fear any of the dragon race present. What's more, he was not fighting alone. "The loss I suffered at the hands of you reptiles more than 10 years ago, this old lady will pay you back today." Jiufeng's beautiful eyes swept across the dragons as a sneer appeared on her lips. This sentence completely enraged the dragon race. The dragon race was the leader of all divine spirits, the leader of all living beings. So when had they ever been called reptiles? Even Zhu Lai frowned. Jiufeng's words had undoubtedly scolded him, and Zhu Qing as well. But then again, the two of them had indeed fought with Jiufeng more than 10 years ago. So they knew how difficult this woman was to deal with. The faces of all the dragons sank, and although no one spoke, their expressions said everything. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the dragons and said in a deep voice, "Let me in, Qing, or leave and I won't make things difficult for you today." He did not want to completely fall out with the dragon race, so it would be best if these dragon race members could turn a blind eye and let him and Zhu Qing leave. "Hey kid, aren't you being too immoral?" Jiufeng glared at him. She did not expect Yang Kai to make such a proposal at this time. If Yang Kai left, wouldn't she have to fight alone? Even if she was strong, how could she have a good end if she was besieged by more than 10 dragon race members? "Senior, you can leave with us." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her. Jiufeng said, "My spirit beast island came to Dragon Island today for an important matter. If I leave, what will happen to the others?" Yang Kai said, "The great emperors are omnipotent, so you don't have to worry about them. Senior Li's mastery of the law of space is above mine. If he really wants to leave, how can Dragon Island stop him?" Jiufeng sneered. What you said makes some sense, but these guys don't seem willing to let you leave. Yang Kai turned his head and saw many dragon race members with gloomy and silent expressions. Needless to say, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible to resolve today's matter peacefully. He nodded slightly. Swords have no eyes. If you're hurt or die, don't blame others. As soon as he finished speaking, the 80-meter-tall figure suddenly became absent-minded and instantly disappeared on the spot. The law of space surged, and he had already pounced into the group of dragons. He was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, domineering and unhindered. He directly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed one of the dragon race members with a cold expression. Facing such a sudden change, the dragon's reaction was not panicked. Obviously, they were already vigilant. When they saw him rushing over, they instantly scattered. However, the dragon race member that was targeted by Yang Kai suddenly felt that the surrounding space was extremely sticky like a swamp, and he could not help but stop. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai had already grabbed him in the palm of his hand. It was unknown whether this dragon race member was of the Zhu or Fu series, but judging from the purity of the dragon breath, it should be at the 8th level. There were not many 8th level dragon race members on Dragon Island. At most, there were only a dozen of them, and among them, there were only 5 8th level bloodlines. Other than Zhu Lai and Fu Qi, there were only 3 8th level bloodlines. This dragon was one of them. Being grabbed by Yang Kai, this dragon turned pale with fright. The scene of Yang Kai tearing off Fu Qi's arms with a snap of his fingers was still fresh in his mind. He knew that if he really fell into Yang Kai's hands, his ending would not be much better than Fu Qi's. In a flash, a dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the sky. His over 20 feet long body suddenly revealed his original form, and an unparalleled dragon's aura filled the air, giving people a strong pressure. When he revealed his true dragon form, it meant that he was going all out. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to crush him with one hand. After all, his size was obvious. Sure enough, after the true dragon form appeared, Yang Kai's hand was immediately pushed away, and his violent strength was also somewhat unable to continue. The dragon race's body swayed, and was about to break free from Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai roared and reached out with both hands, grabbing the dragon's tail. His muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to have swelled up. He used all his strength, grabbed the dragon's tail, and smashed it down. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant dragon that was about to soar into the sky actually stopped and fell heavily to the ground like a dead snake. With a loud bang, the ground in front of the palace cracked, and a crisscrossing ravine appeared. A sorrowful dragon's roar sounded. After transforming into an 80 feet long dragon, Yang Kai's strength was so great that even the dragon couldn't bear it after being pulled and smashed by him. As it raised its head and roared, it spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Yang Kai stepped on the dragon's body and stepped up. His eyes were wide open as he scanned the dragon's scales. In just an instant he determined his target. It was a dragon's scale about the size of a wash basin. At first glance, it didn't look any different from other dragon's scales, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the dragon's scale flashed with light from time to time. The Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the experience of dealing with Zhu Lai, Yang Kai knew that the Dragon Hall's protection technique was usually on a certain dragon's scale. As long as this dragon's scale was removed, the protection from the Dragon Hall would lose its effect. He reached out and stuck his hand under the special dragon's scale. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he used all his strength to lift it up. Roar! The dragon roared in pain, turned its head, and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath towards Yang Kai, turning into a boundless chill, as if wanting to freeze Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. His huge body suddenly covered in frost, and even his hair became a shocking white. With a chi, dragon blood splashed out as Yang Kai pulled out the shining dragon's scale. Without the protection of the Dragon Hall, the 8th Order dragon's aura instantly weakened. The suppression from Yang Kai's bloodline made it difficult for him to circulate his strength, and his over 20 feet long body actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he had shrunk to only a few dozen feet, and it seemed that he would soon be unable to maintain his dragon's true form. Yang Kai stepped down from the dragon's body and sent it flying with a kick. The dragon fell into the sea, causing huge waves to splash. His body trembled, and the frost on his body immediately melted away. Holding the blood-stained dragon's scale in his hand, he swept his gaze over the other dragon race members, his voice chilling to the bone, causing the other dragons to tremble in fear. The first one. Who else? Chapter 3063. In the blink of an eye, an 8th-order giant dragon was crippled. Saying that he had been crippled wasn't accurate though. All Yang Kai had done was remove one of his dragon scales. Strictly speaking, this kind of injury was almost nothing. If it had been anywhere else, the 8th-order dragon would still be able to fight at full strength, and would hardly be affected. But without the protection of the Dragon Palace Hall, under the shroud of Yang Kai's dragon power, he could not even maintain his dragon true form. How could he fight again? Although he was not seriously injured, he had lost the qualification to participate in the battle. This lightning-fast speed, and that direct and fierce style, made the eyelids of all the dragon race members twitch. While Yang Kai was attacking the 8th-order giant dragon, the hundreds of mortals and Fuqi's women finally reacted and screamed in horror as they fled in all directions. There was going to be a big battle here. How could they dare to continue to stay? In the blink of an eye, there were no more idlers in front of the palace. Those who stayed were all related to today's matter. Zhu Qing and her brother, Jiufeng, Lu Yan and Yang Kai. These 5 people were all the combat power on Yang Kai's side. On the other hand, there were still more than a dozen people on the dragon race's side. The difference in numbers was extremely large. But in terms of momentum, Yang Kai stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Taking the lead, he suppressed many of the dragon race members until they were out of breath. Ha 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 ha. Jiufeng laughed. Kid, you did well. You should teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Because of what happened more than a decade ago, Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island did not treat each other well. Seeing the dragon race being defeated, Jiufeng was naturally happy. He also found Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. No wonder young Miss could not forget this kid. He was really not a pushover. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not bring young Miss here today. Otherwise, if that little girl saw Yang Kai's brave and unparalleled scene just now, her heart would be swayed. Young Miss was at the age when young girls were in love. She was most easily confused by a man's heroic spirit. Yang Kai looked around and shouted, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you all going to give way or not?" The dragon race members were speechless. Only pairs of angry and hostile eyes were looking at him. "Then let's fight," Yang Kai shouted, his nostrils exhaling a hot breath as he stomped his feet on the ground. With a loud boom, the entire spiritual island seemed to shake. His huge body shot up to the sky like a cannonball and pounced towards one of the dragon race. So when they saw Yang Kai rushing over, they immediately let out dragon roars and revealed their dragon true forms. In an instant, red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, and blue dragons filled the sky. The smallest one was more than 10 feet long. The largest one was more than 20 feet long. The giant dragons hovered in the void. Dragon power filled the air, causing the surroundings to tremble and the universe to be turned upside down. Before Yang Kai could reach them, the dozens of giant dragons opened their mouths and spat pure dragon breaths from above. Scorching dragon flames, icy dragon breaths, emerald green venom, pure origin water that was as heavy as a mountain, and wind blades that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and earth. They attacked Yang Kai from all directions. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Yang Kai roared. His mouth was filled with complicated dragon language. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light above his head, which turned into a shield. After a series of rumbles, all the attacks hit the golden shield. In just a moment, the golden shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining power did not diminish and landed on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai left quickly and returned quickly. His huge body fell on the island, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and his exposed skin was covered in wounds. The dragons were overjoyed to see this. Just as they were about to take advantage of his illness to kill him, they were horrified to find that Yong Kai was shaking his head as he climbed up from the deep hole. His already terrifying eyes were exuding a red light, as if he wanted to eat people. He looked up like an enraged beast and his body swayed, instantly disappearing on the spot. The dragons' expressions became chaotic, and their hearts were filled with alarm. Their vision blurred and Yong Kai appeared not far away. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at a giant dragon that was more than 100 feet long. The giant dragon was already prepared. As soon as it saw Yong Kai appear, it immediately tried to escape. The surrounding dragon race also spread out vigilantly. "Condense!" Yong Kai shouted. Space principles surged and turned into an invisible cage, enveloping the giant dragon. The space around it turned into a swamp, containing an extremely strong binding force. The giant dragon was unable to break free for a moment. Recalling Yong Kai's previous vicious methods, it suddenly let out a terrified roar and turned to bite Yong Kai. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as a guillotine, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yong Kai's grabbing motion did not change. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it directly into the giant dragon's head. The strength of this punch was so great that it actually smashed the giant dragon's head to the side. Some of the dragon's scales on its head fell off, causing it to become dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yong Kai grabbed the dragon's tail. Before Yong Kai could do the same, another giant dragon had already wrapped around Yong Kai's body. Its huge body coiled up along Yong Kai's feet, like a python hunting its prey. In an instant, Yong Kai was tied to the spot, tightly strangling his body. Seeing this, the surrounding dragon race members immediately rushed to the rescue. It was one thing for Yong Kai to unexpectedly cripple one of their clansmen. But if this happened again, then the dragon race's reputation would really be ruined today. The entire dragon race on Dragon Island could be said to have turned out in full force. How could they allow a human to strut around here? Zhu Qing and the others also finally rushed over. However, the dragon race was clearly prepared. No one knew who secretly gave the order, but more than a dozen giant dragons clearly divided the work and rushed to meet Zhu Qing and the others, blocking them. "Elder Sister Qing, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be your enemy, but I have no other choice." A purple dragon stood in front of Zhu Qing, its dragon mouth opened and closed, its eyes full of embarrassment. This purple dragon was undoubtedly Fu Ling. She was only a rank 6 dragon vein. Facing Zhu Qing, who had a rank 9 dragon vein, she really didn't have the confidence. If not for the Dragon Temple's protection, she wouldn't be able to stop them. The suppression of her bloodline was enough to make her feel helpless. Beside Fu Ling, there was a blue dragon slightly longer than her. Hearing this, she agreed. "Elder Sister Qing, please stop." This blue dragon was the dragon girl who carried the flower basket with Fu Ling and scattered falling flowers along the way. Her bloodline was slightly higher than Fu Ling's, but she was only a rank 7 dragon vein. However, with the Dragon Temple's protection, if she joined forces with Fu Ling, they might be able to fight Zhu Qing, and maybe even gain the upper hand. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she shouted, "Scram!" The rank 7 blue dragon shook her head and said, "Please forgive me, but I can't agree." Zhu Qing didn't speak any more nonsense. When a dragon roar sounded, she had already transformed into a red dragon of 30 meters long. Her body was emitting a monstrous heat wave, as if there were flames burning on her body. Her huge body was twice the size of Fu Ling, causing Fu Ling and the blue dragon to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although they had long heard that Zhu Qing had advanced to the rank 9 dragon vein, that was only hearsay after all. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that the rumors were true. Before Zhu Qing, there were only 2 rank 9 dragons on the entire Dragon Island, and they were the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. The 3rd elder was banished to the dragon tomb more than 10 years ago, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. The 4th elder was more amiable, and many dragon race members didn't feel too much pressure in front of him. But only at this moment did the two dragon girls understand that the gap between them and a rank 9 dragon was too big. Even with the protection of the dragon palace, the two dragon girls still felt a little scared when facing Zhu Qing's true body. When the dragon true body appeared, Zhu Qing had already transformed into a red light and rushed toward Fu Ling and the blue dragon. Like a burning flame, she caused the space around her to distort. Fu Ling and the blue dragon hurriedly intercepted her. Zhu Qing was blocked, and Zhu Lai was also not spared. He had already transformed into his dragon true body and was entangled with another rank 8 dragon. Clawing, biting, swinging, and occasionally the secret techniques of the dragon race would burst forth. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them that couldn't be resolved. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting in the sky, and the battle was incomparably fierce. On the other side, Jiu Feng was fighting two dragon race members by herself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Her figure was very graceful, moving back and forth leisurely, causing the two dragon race members who were chasing after her to be enraged. This was a very bad feeling. Jiu Feng had a lot of skills, but she didn't want to fight them head-on. It was as if she was toying with them, and the more they fought, the more furious she became. "Little girl, if you don't want to die then scram." Fu Qi faced Lu Yan alone. His body, which was more than 10 zhang long, was very distinct compared to the little girl. His head, which was the size of a house, was close to Lu Yan, and a buzzing sound came from his mouth. It wasn't that Fu Qi was pitiful, but that the dragon race members had their own pride. What kind of ability was it to deal with a 7 or 8-year-old girl? But he soon realized that he was wrong, very wrong. This little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade, actually had a power that was not the slightest bit inferior to his within her body. When a clear and loud phoenix cry sounded, 2 bright flames suddenly spread out behind Lu Yan's back. The flowing flames turned into a pair of wings behind her back, making a whistling sound. At the same time, Lu Yan's petite body rapidly grew. After a series of distortions, a fire bird that wasn't inferior to Fu Qi's in size appeared. The fire bird's form was beautiful, but its eyes were filled with pride that was even more intense than the dragon race. It had the majesty of a king. "Phoenix race," Fu Qi shouted, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Although he knew that this little girl definitely wasn't as harmless as she looked, he didn't expect her to be a member of the Phoenix race. Dragons were more powerful than phoenixes, but the Phoenix race wasn't weak either. Among the holy spirits, it was hard to say which race was stronger, but if one really wanted to compare, the Phoenix race was even rarer than the dragon race. The dragon race at least had a dragon island with its own inheritance, but there seemed to be no news of the Phoenix race for countless years. The Luanfeng in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. She was just a branch of the Phoenix race. Even the Jiufeng that came this time wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. But the one in front of him was definitely the most orthodox member of the Phoenix race. Fu Qi focused and didn't dare to let his guard down. Chapter 3064. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The laws of nature were everywhere. The spiritual energy was in chaos. The void collapsed, and the sea rolled up huge waves. The small world where the Dragon Island was located seemed to have become unstable. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The dragon race turned out in full force. Yang Kai and the others fought on their own. Although there were others to share the pressure, Yang Kai still faced the 7 dragons alone. Everything today started because of him, so the dragon race naturally hated him to the core and took care of him in all aspects. Looking at the whole scene, the most promising battle to determine the winner was between Yang Kai and the 7 dragons. Zhu Qing was not at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. Jiufeng was also 1 versus 2, but she mainly fought in a wandering battle. She couldn't do anything to the 2 dragon race members, but the other party couldn't do anything to her. Like Zhu Qing, it was impossible to determine the winner in the battle between the 2 in a short time. Zhu Lai was fighting one-on-one with his opponent. Both of them were rank 8 dragons, so they were evenly matched. How could it be easy to determine who was better? Although the bloodline of Wuxia that Lu Yan was facing was not high, the foundation of the dragon race was there after all. Lu Yan had inherited the Phoenix clan, but her growth period was too short, and she had not reached her peak yet. As soon as she fought with Wuxia, she was at a disadvantage. The dragons and phoenixes were entangled, and the dragon roars and phoenix cries sounded one after another. She could only protect herself. She did not seek to defeat the enemy, but she only wanted to help Yang Kai share some of the pressure. She was worried about Yang Kai's safety, and when she was distracted, she was even more overwhelmed. Several battles were basically balanced, and only Yang Kai's side was at a clear disadvantage. The sneak attack failed, and the 7 dragons immediately surrounded him, not giving him the slightest space to perform. They formed a clear layer, and used the dragon race's secret techniques one after another. Yang Kai was beaten black and blue, and his huge body rolled in the air from time to time. In less than half an incense stick's time, there were hundreds of wounds on his body. Those wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his dragon scales were stained with blood. It was as if a layer of golden powder was smeared all over his body. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique had significantly improved after dragonizing. Otherwise he would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. He would have died many times over. Thanks to his space divine art, he was always able to reverse the void at the critical moment, turning danger into safety. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down, and countless sea beasts in the sea rushed over, swallowing the blood-stained seawater to refine their own draconic nature. Dragon blood was extremely precious, and it was impossible for the dragon race to bleed during normal times. Therefore, even after living on the Dragon Island for so many years, these sea beasts had never had the opportunity to consume dragon blood. But today, the drops of dragon blood were dripping down as if they were free, and naturally attracted countless sea beasts to fight over them. In the sky, Yang Kai and the 7 dragons were entangled in a fierce battle. Below the sea, countless sea beasts were biting and killing each other. The entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The battlefield kept moving, and after a while, Wuxia's spiritual island could no longer be seen clearly. Yang Kai was panting heavily, and his 8 zhang-long dragon body stood tall in the sky. His eyes were arrogant, and the 7 dragons were glaring at him covetously, surrounding him. Insulting the dragon race, you deserve to die. One of the dragons roared. You deserve to die. The other 6 dragons responded. Their roars were obviously mixed with the traces of the dragon race's secret technique. When the roars were heard, they turned into formless divine soul attacks, and blasted towards Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. After fighting for such a long time, they were not as careful as before. Previously, Yang Kai's violence of crippling one of their clansmen in the blink of an eye had indeed frightened them. But now, it seemed like this person did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. And the reason he could do that was because he was relying on the suspicion of a sneak attack. The battle of 7 dragons had already given him a great honor. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Yang Kai did not move, and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. He grinned. It's still not certain who will be the one to die. Don't be so sure of your words. It won't end well if you bite your tongue. Stubborn. The dragon race leader roared impatiently. Since you are so eager to die, we will fulfill your wish. As soon as these words fell, dragon roars shook the heavens as the 7 dragons rushed over from all directions, rolling dragon pressure filling the void. Even an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would lose the ability to resist if they were hit by this dragon pressure. Although Yang Kai was not so weak, the frivolous smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and his expression became extremely solemn. Although he was unwilling to admit it, facing 7 dragons alone was indeed not a match for them. The dragon race was not easy to provoke. I have to quickly call for help. Thinking so, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 7 dragons, while secretly circulating his divine sense. On the other side, Fu Ling and the blue dragon joined forces to attack Zhu Qing, but they were also evenly matched. The 3 dragons were entangled in mid-air, fighting back and forth, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Fu Ling's movements paused for a moment before she sent a message to the blue dragon with her divine sense. The blue dragon understood, and with a twist of its body, it pounced straight at Zhu Qing. But at this moment, the purple dragon transformed by Fu Ling suddenly flew to the blue dragon's abdomen and clawed out fiercely. With a swish, the blue dragon's body trembled and almost instinctively avoided the attack. But immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from her waist and abdomen. At the same time, the dragon pressure of a ninth-order great dragon enveloped her, and the dragon yuan in her body became blocked, making it difficult to circulate. With a painful groan, the nearly 200-meter-long dragon body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloodline suppression. The blue dragon's eyes were filled with panic and confusion, not knowing why such a situation had occurred. When she turned her head to look, a look of disbelief flashed across her eyes as she roared, "Fu Ling, you!" At this moment, there was a light blue dragon scale on Fu Ling's dragon claw, and that dragon scale obviously belonged to the blue dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon scale, it would be fine, but this dragon scale was the existence of the Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the dragon scale removed, the protection technique lost its effect, and the bloodline suppression was immediately displayed. She couldn't understand why Fu Ling would suddenly attack her. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't on guard against her, she wouldn't have been hit by Fu Ling's attack and broken the protection technique of the Dragon Hall. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect that at the same time Fu Ling launched a sneak attack on the blue dragon, she had already appeared in front of Fu Ling. Her huge dragon body wrapped around Fu Ling, tightly restraining her. Her sharp dragon claws were stuck on Fu Ling's body, and dark red dragon blood seeped out from the tip of her claws. "Sister Qing, don't!" Fu Ling shouted in horror. Compared to Zhu Qing's dragon body, the gap between her dragon body and Zhu Qing's was simply 2 times. Previously, when she joined forces with the blue dragon to fight against Zhu Qing, it wasn't so obvious. But now that she was facing Zhu Qing, she was terrified. It was as if Zhu Qing could take her life at any time. This feeling of her life and death being controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. Zhu Qing was surprised and didn't continue to attack. She turned her head to look at the blue dragon, then looked down at Fu Ling, and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" She also didn't understand the scene of Fu Ling launching a sneak attack on the blue dragon. Her relationship with Fu Ling wasn't very harmonious. "I am brother-in-law's subordinate," Fu Ling quickly explained. "Brother-in-law? It's big brother Yang Kai." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Fu Ling was startled and suddenly realized where the problem was, so she immediately declared, "Brother-in-law planted a brand in my knowledge see before, so I will listen to his orders now." She also understood why Zhu Qing suddenly wanted to kill her. She said that she was Yang Kai's subordinate, so Zhu Qing would definitely think that she had an affair with Yang Kai. It would be strange if Zhu Qing didn't get angry. "He actually planted a brand in your soul," Zhu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, and only now did she understand why Fu Ling suddenly helped her. Fu Ling quickly nodded. "Yes, he just sent an order to attack." "Understood." Zhu Qing withdrew her dragon claws and glanced at the blue dragon. At this moment, the blue dragon had already reverted to her human form. Under the suppression of a ninth-order dragon vein, it was meaningless for her to maintain her dragon form, so she might as well save her energy. There was a foot-long wound on her abdomen, and blood was flowing out. She was covering the wound with her hand and glaring at Fu Ling with an angry expression. No one would be in a good mood after being sneak attacked like this. However, after listening to Fu Ling's explanation, she also understood that Fu Ling probably had no choice. But a dragon race member being planted a soul brand by a human was simply a disgrace. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "Big sister Qing, brother-in-law needs help." Fu Ling looked at Zhu Qing anxiously. "Don't call him brother-in-law. Zhu Lai will not marry you." After Zhu Qing said this, she swung her dragon tail and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. She obviously knew what kind of person Fu Ling was, so she naturally didn't want Zhu Lai to marry her. "I'm sorry." Fu Ling looked at the blue dragon awkwardly and apologized. You can tell this to the second elder when the time comes. See if she will forgive you." The blue dragon sneered. Fear flashed in Fu Ling's eyes, but she couldn't say anything else. She turned around and quickly chased after Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was worried about Yang Kai's safety, so her speed was extremely fast. Her huge body drew a beautiful arc in the air like a burning flame. Wherever her dragon body passed, even the void would be burned. Although Fu Ling set off later, she couldn't catch up to her, so she was a little annoyed. The order she received from Yang Kai wasn't just to help, but more importantly, to defeat them one by one. This was the key to today's victory. Their biggest disadvantage was the number of people. However, if they could first deal with Zhu Lai, Jiufeng, and Lu Yan's opponents, they would have 6 people on their side. Against 7 giant dragons, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their overall strength would definitely be much stronger. Unfortunately, before she could explain Yang Kai's plan to Zhu Qing had already flown away. This made Fu Ling a little uneasy. She didn't know if Yang Kai would blame her later. The distance between Yang Kai's battlefield and Zhu Qing's battlefield wasn't far, so they arrived in just a few breaths' time. Zhu Qing's eyes instantly turned red when she saw them. The 7 giant dragons were almost gangsterly and inhumanely beating up Yang Kai. There was almost no place on Yang Kai's huge body that was intact. Some parts of his flesh were torn off, revealing his white bones. Chapter 3065. Even though Yang Kai was constantly resisting and dodging, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He looked extremely miserable, as if he could be killed by the 7 dragons at any time. Zhu Qing roared angrily, and monstrous flames shot out toward the 7 dragons. The dragons were shocked, and they turned to look with Yang Kai. Everyone had the same depressing thought at the same time. Why is Zhu Qing here? A mouthful of flames alleviated Yang Kai's crisis, and Zhu Qing immediately flew toward him. Clearly, she wanted to fight side by side with him and share his burden. However, the 7 dragons only looked at each other, and they already had a plan to deal with her. 2 of the dragons flew out from the crowd and blocked in front of Zhu Qing. The 3 dragons instantly confronted each other, and their dragon might clashed forward, causing the void to tremble and the universe to shatter. "Get lost!" Zhu Qing roared. The 2 dragons confronting her naturally couldn't back down. One of the dragons said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, don't make a mistake. You are now a level 9 dragon bloodline, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the 5th elder of our dragon race. Please consider the big picture and the dragon race." Zhu Qing said coldly, "I'm just a woman, and I don't understand the big picture. I only know that you are bullying my man." The dragon race was furious. "Watch your words, she is just a despicable human. Don't embarrass our dragon race." The other dragon also said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, have you forgotten what happened more than 10 years ago? That person was no worse than you, and you know what happened to her. Do you want to follow in her footsteps?" Zhu Qing said leisurely, "More than 10 years ago. I didn't understand why she was so stubborn, but I understand now. If I had another chance to choose, I would have chosen to help her more than 10 years ago instead of standing against her. Unreasonable. You will be banished to the dragon tomb." Zhu Qing, stop. You are the ones who should stop. While the few of them were talking, Fu Ling had finally arrived. The purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long had a beautiful form and a powerful aura. However, as soon as it appeared, it was reprimanded. "Trash." This voice naturally came from the dragon race. The 7 dragons couldn't understand why Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't stop Zhu Qing even after joining forces. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the blue dragon had been crippled. Otherwise, Fu Ling wouldn't be the only one chasing after them. Logically speaking, if Fu Ling and the blue dragon worked together, with the blessing of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to hold back Zhu Qing. However, in reality, Fu Ling and the blue dragon only managed to hold back Zhu Qing for a few dozen breaths of time, forcing them to send out 2 dragons to deal with Zhu Qing. The other reprimand naturally came from Yang Kai. He didn't expect that Fu Ling couldn't even complete such a simple task. If Fu Ling could accurately convey his plan, and let Zhu Qing help the others to defeat their opponents one by one, then his side would have the upper hand in today's situation. However, Zhu Qing rushed over directly. It was obvious that Fu Ling's task wasn't completed. This made him quite dissatisfied with Fu Ling. Fu Ling's expression was also a little awkward. She paused in mid-air and felt a little helpless. "Why aren't you going to help?" One of the dragons that was confronting Zhu Qing shouted at her in a low voice. Hearing this, Fu Ling could only rush over to Yang Kai's side. Seeing her arrive, the remaining 5 dragons snorted. Originally, they were 7 against 1 and had the upper hand. Although Zhu Qing's sudden appearance forced them to send out 2 people, at least they had one more Fu Ling. Their overall strength wasn't too different. Now that they had basically figured out Yang Kai's background, they knew that Yang Kai didn't have any hope of winning today's battle. Now they only needed to slowly fight and wear down his spirit and strength, so that he couldn't use that mysterious space divine technique again. Then they could capture and kill him. Thinking of this, all the dragons looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. They didn't know what was wrong with this person. He actually dared to come to Dragon Island to cause trouble. What kind of place was Dragon Island? What good would come of daring to cause trouble here? Choose one. Just as the dragons were looking down on him, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Ling and said something inexplicable. All the dragons were bewildered. Choose one. Choose what? A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed across Fu Ling's eyes. Yang Kai immediately snorted and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't dare to take your life." The several 100 feet long purple dragon's body trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a purple light towards one of the dragon race. The dragon race's body was about the same size as Fu Ling's dragon true body. In terms of strength and bloodline level, it should be about the same as Fu Ling. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy. Originally, he was focused on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Fu Ling would suddenly attack him? He was caught off guard and was hit by the purple light. He immediately rolled on the ground and roared in anger. "Fu Ling, are you crazy?" One of the dragon race roared. This scene was too sudden. As a member of the dragon race, she actually helped Yang Kai attack another dragon race. It was simply unreasonable. It was fine if it was Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai, but why did Fu Ling also go crazy? Fu Ling knew that she was in the wrong, but she couldn't defend herself. Her huge body turned into a purple light and pounced towards the target she had set her eyes on. Her opponent finally recovered from his anger and turned to face Fu Ling. In an instant, the 2 dragons engaged in a fierce battle. Dragon language shook the heavens as they unleashed their secret techniques. Their bodies rolled into the sea and huge waves surged. "What did you do to Fu Ling?" Not everyone was an idiot. One of the dragon race's eyes flickered a few times, as if he had seen through something. He turned around and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and wiped the blood off his face. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "Take a guess." The dragon's expression darkened as he felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Originally, with 7 dragons against 1 Yang Kai, no matter what Yang Kai did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, Zhu Qing came and took away 2 of their clansmen. Fu Ling turned against them and took away another dragon. Now that the 7 dragons had been reduced to 4, their numbers had been halved in an instant. This caused everyone to feel uneasy. Yang Kai's unpredictable space divine ability was something they had all experienced before. Previously, they had relied on their huge advantage in numbers to surround and intercept Yang Kai without making too many mistakes. But now that there were only 4 dragons left, the situation would definitely not be as perfect as it had been before. If Yang Kai really found an opportunity to break through the dragon race's protection technique, then today's battle would be a complete loss for them. No one in the dragon race would be able to accept this kind of humiliation. While being cautious, the 4 dragons didn't dare to attack rashly. They looked at each other and were obviously communicating something. However, Yang Kai didn't give them the chance to do so. His 8 zhang long dragon body was wrapped in a domineering aura as he charged forward under the fearful gazes of the 4 dragons. The battle started again. On an uninhabited island, Fuqi's face was pale and bloodless. He sat cross-legged in a place filled with spiritual energy, as he silently circulated his xianqi. His arms that were torn off by Yang Kai had been reattached. However, even with the strong vitality and recovery of the dragon race, it wasn't easy to recover from such injuries. It would take at least a year and a half to return to his peak state. His face was distorted. No one knew if it was because of the pain or something else. He gritted his teeth and cursed as he healed. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Although the dragon race was humiliated today, the humiliation that Fuqi suffered was thousands of times worse than the entire dragon race. He had been kidnapped on the day of his wedding, and his bride had even subdued him. That despicable human had even torn off both of his arms. If it wasn't for the great elder stepping forward to vouch for him at the last moment, he would have died today. With that man's decisiveness and viciousness, he would definitely do such a thing. Such humiliation was like a huge mountain pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could imagine that after today, his reputation would be ruined. He wouldn't have the face to see his other race members in the future. Thinking about the expressions they would have when facing him, Fuqi felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. As his blood surged, he opened his mouth and spat out dragon blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The figures of a man and a woman kept flashing in his mind. Fuqi hated Yang Kai and Zhu Qing to the bone. He swore to himself that he would definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Otherwise, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Especially Zhu Qing. Fuqi hated her even more than Yang Kai. Just as he was thinking about this, Fuqi suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze immediately turned ruthless. In the void not far ahead, there was a person standing there quietly. No, it wasn't a human. It was a dragon descendant. Fuqi felt the chaotic aura of dragon blood from him. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. All the bastards in Half-Dragon City had this disgusting aura. Every member of the dragon race hated this aura. It was almost an instinctive repulsion. Fuqi was naturally no exception. Scram! Fuqi shouted with a cold expression. He had already suffered great humiliation and escaped to this island to heal his wounds alone. He didn't expect that a dragon descendant would follow him and look at him from not far away. A despicable human had humiliated him. And now this bastard wanted to humiliate him too? If it was any other time, Fuqi would have already dealt with him. However, he was currently healing and wasn't in the mood to talk to this bastard. He originally thought that if he roared, wouldn't this bastard be scared witless and run away pathetically? In fact, any bastard from Half-Dragon City wouldn't have the heart to resist when facing a pure-blooded dragon race. This had nothing to do with strength. It was a sense of inferiority that came from the depths of their hearts. The division of dragon bloodlines was very strict. The difference between a pure-blooded dragon bloodline and a half-dragon bloodline was like heaven and earth. But to Fuqi's surprise, the bastard opposite him didn't react to his roar at all. He continued to look at him quietly with a calm expression. Fuqi was completely enraged. He finally found a target to vent the anger in his chest. He said coldly, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his dragon might spread and enveloped Li Jiao. Chapter 3066. In the next moment, Fuqi's expression was filled with shock. This was because the scene in front of him was somewhat beyond his understanding. Under the suppression of his dragon's might, that bastard did not have much of a reaction. He merely frowned, and the scene of him being completely suppressed and kneeling down in fear did not appear as he had imagined. How is this possible? This person is just a bastard with an impure bloodline, while I'm an 8th order thunder dragon. The difference in bloodline is like heaven and earth, so why is he still safe and sound? What went wrong? Unlike Fuqi's bewilderment, Li Jiao was extremely excited. Blocked, he really blocked it, although he still felt a little uncomfortable, and was suppressed a little. After all, the difference between a 3rd order and a 8th order was too big. He finally saw hope for revenge. The Dragon Temple's blessing technique was indeed worthy of its reputation. As long as he had this technique, the difference in bloodline between him and Fuqi wouldn't be so obvious. and he would have the qualifications to fight with his life on the line. As for him, this was the only qualification he sought. If Yang Kai hadn't intercepted a blessing technique from the Dragon Temple and used it on him, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge for Lu Sanyang. All of this was brought about by Yang Kai, so he was very grateful to Yang Kai. You have the Dragon Temple's blessing? Fu Qi finally understood and roared. How could you have the Dragon Temple's blessing? After he left, the fourth elder communicated with the Dragon Temple and brought about the blessing technique, so he naturally didn't know. What he couldn't understand was why this dragon descendant had the Dragon Temple's blessing. Also, he seemed to have a deep grudge against him, otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him here and looked at him with such hatred. What do you want? Fu Qi's face darkened, and he sneered in his heart. Does this guy think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured? I'm indeed injured, but I'm still an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. Li Jiao didn't answer and only said indifferently, I'm Li Jiao. As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a halberd appeared. Emperor Artifact Golden Lion Halberd. This halberd was forged by Li Jiao using the bones of the 12th grade monster beast, the Royal Golden Lion. The Royal Golden Lion was also an ancient species that had gone extinct a long time ago. During the ancient times, it could summon the wind and summon the rain. It could even contend with some holy spirits. Li Jiao had obtained the skeleton of the Royal Golden Lion by chance. Later on, he had found a weapon refining grandmaster to refine it into a halberd, which had accompanied him for nearly 500 years. It could be said that this halberd was Li Jiao's most powerful weapon. With the halberd in hand, Li Jiao's aura rose steadily. In just 3 breaths, it reached the peak. Facing a Class 8 Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Even if his opponent was injured, he didn't think he could win. So he put on a desperate stance. Fu Qi obviously noticed this. He frowned and was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of deep hatred Li Jiao had for him, to actually not hesitate to go to such an extent. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flashed. The halberd was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. Li Jiao had already pounced in front of Fu Qi. His halberd was like a dragon as it transformed into a sky full of halberd shadows that enveloped Fu Qi. Impudent. Fu Qi flew into a rage. Yang Kai humiliated him. Zhu Qing humiliated him. And now even a bastard wanted to humiliate him. How could the pride of the dragon race be trampled on by others? As he angrily shouted, there was a series of crackling sounds and lightning filled the sky. The lightning turned into lightning and shot toward Li Jiao. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and a huge ball of lightning smashed toward the Golden Lion halberd. A blood-red light appeared on Li Jiao's body. His pores opened, and his blood essence spread out. The blood-red light was clearly the result of his blood essence. He knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. Only with the courage of his anger could he have a chance to determine victory or defeat. With Fu Qi, the longer the battle, the slimmer his hope of revenge would be. So he didn't hesitate to stimulate his blood essence, hoping to fight to the death with Fu Qi in a few moves. Bolts of lightning struck down and bombarded Li Jiao's body. The blood-red light flickered as if it could collapse at any time. The lightning ball that Fu Qi spat out also collided with the Golden Lion halberd. With a loud bang, Li Jiao was sent flying. Fu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also lost his balance and retreated more than 100 feet. You're courting death. Fu Qi roared. All the humiliation he suffered today erupted like a volcano at this moment. When he looked forward, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because Li Jiao, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood essence on his Golden Lion halberd. He formed a few complicated seals and pointed at Fu Qi. Roar. The roar of a beast shook the sky. The Golden Lion halberd suddenly twisted and turned into a huge lion. The aura of a beast king filled the air and turned into a golden light that smashed towards Fu Qi. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Fu Qi didn't dare to be careless. When the dragon roar sounded, he had already revealed his giant dragon true body and clawed at the golden light that was flying over. The lion collapsed, and the Golden Lion halberd reappeared. Its light was dim, and it was clearly heavily injured. Even its spirituality was damaged. The most direct reaction was that Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura decreased greatly. How dare you provoke the dragon race? You will die today. Fu Qi's dragon body was coiled up, and his dragon head was high up in the air. He was like a god that mercilessly announced Li Jiao's end. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. When he looked over, he saw a pearl the size of a longan shoot out from the mouthful of blood that Li Jiao spat out. That pearl looked ordinary, but it was as fast as lightning. Fu Qi clearly felt a threat from this pearl that made him feel uneasy. Dragon pearl, you actually cultivated a dragon pearl. Fu Qi exclaimed. It was unbelievable that a mixed-blood dragon descendant could cultivate a dragon pearl. Although the dragon pearl's quality was low, it was undoubtedly a dragon pearl. Every dragon race had their own dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was the foundation of the dragon race, and it was extremely precious. It was equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast could spit out its inner core to attack before dying. The dragon race could naturally do the same. However, until now, not many dragon race members had done such a thing, because there weren't many existences that could threaten the life of the dragon race. Even if there were, they wouldn't easily offend the dragon race, let alone kill the dragon race. Spitting out the dragon pearl required even more courage. Although the dragon pearl was extremely powerful, once it was spat out, it would lose the protection of the physical body and could be easily damaged. If the dragon pearl was damaged, the foundation of the dragon race would be destroyed. If it was light, their strength would drop, and if it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the monster beast wouldn't spit out its inner core, and the dragon race wouldn't spit out dragon pearls either. It was something that would only be done when they were desperate. However, at this very moment, a mixed-blood dragon descendant spat out his dragon pearl in front of Fu Qi, looking like he would either succeed or die trying. What was wrong with this guy? What kind of enmity did he have with him? He actually spat out a dragon pearl to attack. Compared to this guy being able to cultivate a dragon pearl, Fu Qi was more shocked by his decisiveness. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why Li Jiao was so fierce. From start to finish, he only said his name, and didn't say anything else. Then within 3 moves it was a life-and-death battle. These 3 quick attacks caught Fu Qi off guard. This was Li Jiao's strongest attack, a veteran 3rd-order Emperor Realm Venerable. Even if Fu Qi was an 8th-order Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. His expression suddenly became solemn. When the dragon language was heard, a dragon's breath was spat out in front of him, which turned into a seemingly impregnable defense. Li Jiao's dragon pearl fiercely collided with it. Fu Qi's huge body suddenly trembled, while Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the clothes in front of his chest. The light on the dragon pearl flickered, but under his efforts to maintain it, the flickering light quickly stabilized. Kacha! The sound of something shattering could be heard. Fu Qi's expression changed again. He had underestimated Li Jiao's determination. He originally thought that he would retreat after a setback, but he didn't expect that this interception would only provoke Li Jiao's fierceness. That mixed blood didn't care about his dragon pearl at all, and just desperately urged its power. This was simply insane. Fu Qi's defense was instantly broken, and the dragon pearl arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Qi was hesitating whether to spit out his dragon pearl to intercept it, the opportunity was already gone. The small dragon pearl was like the sharpest weapon in the world. It broke through Fu Qi's dragon scales and blasted a hole in his chest. It came out from his back, bringing with it a rain of dragon blood. Fu Qi cried out in grief. His dragon body twisted and smashed the rocks on the island into pieces, causing dust to fly everywhere. Although the wound caused by this attack wasn't big for his body, it was enough to seriously injure him. His internal organs were all displaced, and the dragon yuan in his body became chaotic and uncontrollable. In his anger, he swung his dragon tail and hit the dragon pearl on his back. Kacha! A crack appeared on the dragon pearl, and the light instantly dimmed. Wah! Li Jiao opened his mouth and coughed out blood. His face was as white as paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt on the ground and took deep breaths, but no breath came out. It was as if he could die at any time. He forced himself to raise his head, and saw the scene of Fu Qi returning to his human form. That desperate attack just now wasn't useless. Although he wasn't in a good state, Fu Qi was also heavily injured. At this moment, Fu Qi's face was also pale. He covered his chest and looked at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. His chest was badly mutilated. If they were to fight head-on, he believed that even if this bastard had the Dragon Hall's protection, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this bastard's decisiveness and bravery were completely different from ordinary people. Fu Qi was also caught off guard. If not, how could he have suffered such heavy injuries? This was simply a great humiliation. He stared coldly at Li Jiao and said word by word, "You are dead meat." Li Jiao raised his hand with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Fu Qi calmly. Failed. Even if he risked his life, it was impossible for him to kill a member of the dragon race. This was already his limit. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. Why were there so many things in the world? Why did the dragon race have to stand above all things? Chapter 3067. Fu Qi walked toward Li Jiao step by step. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Although his body was swaying, his condition was much better than Li Jiao's. He could see that Li Jiao was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could do anything with just a thought, and there was no way Li Jiao could resist. Fu Qi's anger had reached its peak after being severely injured by a dragon descendant. He decided to use the cruelest method to torture Li Jiao and let him know the consequences of offending him. He didn't care why Li Jiao would fight with his life on the line. He disdained to understand the thoughts of a bastard. Fu Qi took half a cup of tea's time to walk the short distance. He was staggering, which showed that his condition wasn't good either. He stood in front of Li Jiao with the posture of a victor. He looked down at Li Jiao, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, with a cold smile on his face. Li Jiao sighed. He closed his eyes slightly and stretched his neck to stab. If he still had the slightest strength to resist, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. But first, his golden lion halberd lost its spirituality. Then his dragon pearl cracked. Li Jiao's foundation was already injured. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Did he accept his fate? Fu Qi looked on coldly and sneered in his heart. So what if he accepted his fate? He had to pay a corresponding price for offending him. Just as Li Jiao's eyelids were about to close, they suddenly opened again. He looked behind Fu Qi with a face full of astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes were wide open. Fu Qi saw this and snorted. "You're about to die, and you still want to play tricks?" He thought Li Jiao was trying to distract him. But the moment he said that, he felt that something was wrong. Behind him, there really seemed to be the aura of a living being. Who is it? The hair on Fu Qi's body stood on end as he turned his head to look. He happened to see a scoundrel with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him with a smile. That smile made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's you." Fu Qi frowned as he recognized the newcomer. He remembered that this guy was the person in charge of the construction of the temporary imperial residence. A few days ago, when he and Zhu Lai went to the temporary imperial residence to investigate, this guy was accompanying them. Fu Qi naturally would not forget this guy's ugly face. His servile attitude made him despise him fiercely. In front of the dragon race, the inferior humans would always be like ants. "What are you doing here?" Fu Qi frowned at him. Everything that happened today was strange. First, a bastard followed him here and fought with him. Then a human appeared. Once bitten, twice shy. Fu Qi was naturally wary of this person. If it was any other time, this kind of guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him. But today he had suffered heavy injuries one after another, so he was naturally more careful than usual. He always felt that this guy's smile had a thought-provoking flavor, which inevitably made him angry. Wuxia didn't answer Fu Qi's question. He just smiled and looked at Li Jiao before sizing up Fu Qi. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good." After saying good 3 times, his smile became even weirder. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, like a wolf that had come out to hunt in the winter and found delicious food. Are you also here to make an enemy out of the dragon race? Fu Qi looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He was not a fool and could naturally see that this guy with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin was up to no good. But this human was only a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if Fu Qi's condition was not good, and he was seriously injured, this person could not possibly be his opponent. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression shook as he looked at Wu Chen expectantly. He was already disheartened because he had tried his best, but still failed to do anything to Fu Qi now. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. But if this Wu Chen was also here to deal with the dragon race, perhaps he could use him to take revenge. Make an enemy out of the dragon race? Wu Chen smiled and shook his head. No. I'm not here to make an enemy out of the dragon race. Fu Qi said disdainfully. I don't think you have the guts. Wu Chen nodded. I'm just here to eat dragons. Eat dragons? Fu Qi was startled, obviously not understanding what he meant. But he didn't have the chance to think too much about it, because after Wu Chen finished speaking, a bright light suddenly burst out from his eyes and turned into a vortex. When their eyes met, Fu Qi's expression couldn't help but shake, as he felt an extremely strange devouring force coming from those eyes, as if it wanted to swallow his soul. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to look away, but it was too late. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his eyes. The strange force coming from the other party's eyes was getting stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying, making him involuntarily look at the other party. In just a few breaths, Fu Qi felt his soul shake. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and then his vision turned black as he lost consciousness, standing there stupidly motionless. Wu Chen took a step forward, and under Li Jiao's dumbstruck gaze, his entire person underwent an earth-shattering change. His thin and small body suddenly swelled up, and his sharp mouth, monkey-like cheeks, deer head, and rat eyes distorted. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen suddenly turned into a dignified, arrogant, and imposing man. This man looked to be middle-aged, and from head to toe, he didn't look like Wu Chen at all. What kind of secret technique was this? Li Jiao was shocked, and his eyes were filled with panic. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws before. He believed that Yang Kai also couldn't see through it, and the hundreds of people who built the palace with Wu Chen probably couldn't see through it. This secret technique to change one's appearance was actually so miraculous? Being inadvertently swept by this man's eyes, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't resist. If this man who had transformed into Wu Chen wanted to take his life, it would only take a snap of his fingers. This discovery made Li Jiao tremble with fear, and the blood in his body almost froze. One had to know that when he faced Fu Qi, a rank 8 lightning dragon, he had the courage and determination to risk his life. But when faced with this man's casual gaze, his mind was shaken. One could well imagine how terrifying this man was. Ha 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 ha. The man walked around Fu Qi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Fu Qi. Sir, who exactly are you? Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and asked. At this point, he could see that this guy who had transformed into Wu Chen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The reason he had transformed into Wu Chen, to sneak into Dragon Island, should be because he had a motive. Inferring from the current situation, his motive was probably not simple, and it was very likely that it would shake the entire Dragon Island. However, Wu Chen turned a deaf ear to his words. He still looked at Fu Qi and said, "This king has to thank you for this matter. If you hadn't severely injured him, this king would have to put in a lot of effort to take him down. Tisk, it's also troublesome if your strength is low." Low strength? Li Jiao's expression was aghast. The strength that Wu Chen displayed now was definitely not low. With a thought, he could freeze an rank 8 lightning dragon in place. If this kind of strength was considered low, then what was his strength? Stay here obediently. This king will give you a quick death after dealing with this little dragon. Wu Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Li Jiao's entire body turned cold. When he heard the other party thanking him before, he was hoping that the other party would let him go. However, after hearing this, how could he not know that he would definitely die this time? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, Fu Qi didn't have a good ending, so he might as well take revenge for Lu Sanyang. He didn't waste his life as a man and could die without regrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but in front of this person, he knew that there was no chance for him to escape. If he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would die even faster. He gently closed his eyes, and his face was calm. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A strange aura actually fluctuated from the man's body. When this aura appeared, the man's face changed and he shouted, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" He took a few steps back, and his expression became extremely solemn. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. At the same time, the two auras on his body began to conflict and entangle, making him look extremely strange. Li Jiao looked at him in shock, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Don't be presumptuous. If you dare spoil my plans, then I'll absolutely not let you have an easy time. Don't think that I can't eat you." The man roared furiously once more, and the conflict between the auras on his body became even more intense. The wanton force actually caused Li Jiao's skin to hurt. Li Jiao was even more bewildered. As far as he was concerned, this man was clearly talking to himself as if he had a split personality. He'd lived for so many years and had seen many strange things, yet it was the first time he'd seen something like this. As the man spoke, his hands suddenly moved. Moreover, the extremely strange thing was that these two hands formed different seals, and they were extremely swift, causing Li Jiao to be dazzled and unable to take it all in. Moreover, the profundity of those seals caused even Li Jiao to be shocked. He'd simply never heard of or seen anything like it. After a short moment, the man suddenly turned around, and his face was extremely warped as he glared fiercely at Li Jiao, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly fuck off. Do you want to die?" Li Jiao was shocked and faintly realized something, and he pointed at the man and said, "You." The man roared once more, "Quickly go look for Yang Kai and tell him." As he spoke up to hear, the man suddenly shut his mouth and shouted explosively, "It's useless no matter who I look for. No one can stop me today. 2 souls in one body. This person actually has 2 souls in one body." Li Jiao finally understood why the man in front of him was behaving so strangely. There were actually 2 souls in his body. That was why he was talking to himself and contradicting himself. One moment, he said he wanted to kill him, and the next moment, he wanted him to escape. Chapter 3068. Li Jiao didn't want to die. He had stretched his neck out earlier because he couldn't see any hope of survival. But now that there was hope, he naturally didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Reaching into his space ring, Li Jiao took out a handful of pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. At the same time, with a thought, a cracked bead flew out from the sea and was swallowed by Li Jiao in one gulp. That bead was his inferior dragon bead. With the dragon bead in his stomach and the help of pills, Li Jiao finally recovered some strength. With a wave of his hand, Li Jiao recalled his golden lion halberd, which had lost most of its spirituality, then struggled to catch his breath, and quickly fled into the distance. He didn't know the identity of the person behind him, but he knew that the soul that let him escape definitely knew Yang Kai, so he had to rush over and report to Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the soul didn't explain it clearly at that time, or rather, he didn't have the opportunity to explain it clearly. Otherwise, Li Jiao would have been able to figure out the true identity of that person. Dragon roars shook the sky. Above the void, Yang Kai was entangled with the 4 dragons. Even with Zhu Qing and Fu Ling coming over to share the pressure, he was still at a disadvantage. Dragon race were divine spirits, and the 4 dragons present were all adult dragon race. Although there was a difference in their bloodlines, each dragon race member had the ability to easily crush an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon and was incomparably powerful, he was still no match for them. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling came over to share the pressure, Otherwise, he would have already been defeated. Although the current situation was not good, there was still a chance. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to severely injure the 4 dragons in one fell swoop. He still had a trump card he had yet to use. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was because it could bring about a huge effect when used unexpectedly. Blood dripped from his body, and there was almost no place on his body that was undamaged. His aura was also not at its peak, as if he could collapse at any time. Seeing this, the 4 dragons no longer hesitated and rushed at him from all directions. Yang Kai's body swayed, dodging a dragon's claw, dodging a dragon's breath, and taking another dragon's dragon race secret skill head-on. His body shook violently, but he was caught off guard by the 4th dragon. That giant dragon was the strongest of the 4 dragons present. It had a rank 7 bloodline, and was nearly 20 meters long. The dragon bound Yang Kai's body, making it impossible for him to use the space divine technique to escape. Cracking sounds came from all over his body. The other 3 dragons were overjoyed when they saw this. They turned around and rushed over again. Each of the dragons had a cold light in their eyes. If Yang Kai couldn't break free before they pounced on him, he would most likely die today. Kai Yang roared, his eyes flashing a sharp light. At this point, he was unable to conceal anything any longer, and he could only utilize his final ability to fight desperately. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face. With a flip of his wrist, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. He then threw the object in his hand at one of the dragon race dragons and roared, "Kill him!" His actions were seen by the other 3 dragons, and they were all shocked. Before they knew what Yang Kai had thrown out, they didn't dare to rashly take action. They had all witnessed Yang Kai's ferocity and tenacity. At this time, Yang Kai's method was definitely not bad. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a round stone flew out. This stone was about the height of a person, and was round and smooth, looking very ordinary. What is this? Seeing this, the several dragon race dragons were a little puzzled. The dragon race dragon flying towards the stone impatiently swung its tail, trying to sweep away the round stone blocking its way. But when the dragon tail swept the round stone, a sudden change occurred. With a loud explosion, stone chips flew everywhere, and the entire round rock suddenly split into pieces. Such an unforeseen event startled all of the dragons. They focused their gazes and saw a stone golem that was as tall as a human emerging from the rubble. The stone golem's entire body was angular, and its facial features were complete. Its limbs were extraordinarily long. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the stone golem's entire body was burning with red flames. Furthermore, there was an aura unique to the Holy Spirit within its body. Stone fire. One of the dragons shouted, his face filled with disbelief. As fellow divine spirits, the dragon race was naturally no stranger to stone fire. Although stone fire's ranking among the divine spirits wasn't too high, it wasn't bad either. The only thing the dragon clan couldn't figure out was how this stone fire had jumped out of a boulder, and it had been thrown out by Yang Kai. Above the vast sea, how did Yang Kai do it? As soon as Shihuoyo appeared, he let out a furious roar. The sound waves that erupted from his mouth were almost visible to the naked eye. Like a shockwave, it caused ripples to appear in the void. The dragon clan, who bore the brunt of it, could not help but stop in their tracks. He instinctively felt that this stone fire was not simple. Get lost. The dragon claw suddenly reached out and grabbed at stone fire. So what if he was stone fire? In front of the dragon race, no divine spirit could raise their heads, and this stone fire seemed to have just been born, so he shouldn't have any skills. In the next moment, the dragon race knew that he was wrong. After roaring, stone fire, who was as tall as a person, rapidly expanded. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. In almost a breath's time, stone fire, who was like an ant in the eyes of the dragon race, actually expanded to a size almost the same as his own. The flames that emerged from his body were fierce and surging, as if they could burn all things in the world. With a bang, the dragon claw scratched at Stonefire's chest, causing dazzling sparks to sputter out, and an ear-piercing friction sound to be heard. Stonefire's body staggered slightly, and he took a few steps back, several scratches appearing on his chest. The dragon race was stunned, obviously not expecting such an unforeseen event. Was this still Stonefire? When did Stonefire have such a divine technique? Sherhul was hit by the claw, and lowered his head to look at his chest. Then he raised his head. His two red eyes were flickering like flames, and a strange laughter came from his throat. Then he suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbed the lower half of the dragon race's body, and fiercely dragged it towards him. With a dragon's roar, the dragon race was caught off guard, and the two bodies slammed together, making a loud noise. Then, the smell of barbecued meat spread, causing the dragon race to roar in pain, entangled with each other, and fell into the sea, splashing huge waves and rising steam. 4 dragons had joined forces, but because of Stonefire's appearance, one of them had been distracted, so now there were only 3 dragon race left to deal with Yang Kai. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his laughter rolling like thunder. You dare to be so arrogant in the face of death? The dragon race that bound Yang Kai shouted, not understanding what was so funny. Although today's events were constantly changing, Yang Kai was still at a clear disadvantage. 3 dragons against him, victory was assured. It's time. Yang Kai's face turned serious, and his voice became low. When the words came out, the 3 dragon race all had an extremely bad feeling, and no longer hesitated. They all released their killing moves. The giant dragon that had been using its own body to bind Yang Kai even used all its strength to bind him, not giving Yang Kai any room to struggle. The other 2 dragons also pounced from the left and right, their dragon claws flashing with a sharp cold light, cutting through the barrier of space, directly attacking Yang Kai's vital points. Dragon transformation. When the low voice sounded, the 3 dragons were stunned. Dragon transformation? With his current appearance, wasn't he still in dragon transformation? It was already an incredible achievement for a human to be able to transform into a dragon's body of 8 feet. But he still wanted to dragon transformation? Could it be that he wanted to transform into a true dragon? The 3 dragons couldn't help but snort at this thought. In their opinion, no matter how hard Yang Kai worked, he would never transform into a true dragon in this life. This was the limit of their race, and it was not something that could be broken through by human strength. But then, their disdain turned into amazement. Because after Yang Kai said the 2 words dragon transformation, the dragon pressure that was already extraordinary rose to a level that made the 3 dragons feel terrified. At the same time, a burst of crackling sounds came out, and Yang Kai, who was already 8 feet tall, began to grow again. This is the dragon race that had been binding Yang Kai widened his eyes, only to feel an incomparably huge force pushing from all directions, causing his coiled-up body to involuntarily expand. 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. With the blue sky above his head and the void under his feet, Yang Kai was like a towering giant, and a terrifying pressure wantonly spread out, causing the world to tremble, and thousands of waves to roll up on the sea. The eyes of the 3 dragons trembled violently. The dragon race that was fighting Zhu Qing and Fu Ling were all stunned, and they all looked over. Zhu Qing was also stunned, but soon, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She also did not expect that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for a chance to counterattack. And now that chance had come. The difference between an 8-meter dragon body and a 15-meter dragon body was like the difference between heaven and earth. The dragon race determined the strength of their bloodline by their size, and Yang Kai had naturally inherited this characteristic after cultivating the dragon transformation art. The larger one's body, the purer their bloodline. More than a month ago, he only had a dragon body of 15 meters. However, a month later, he was already 15 meters tall. The 3 times difference in size did not bring about a 3-fold increase in strength. In fact, the increase in strength was not that much. However, it brought about a 3-fold increase in dragon vein pressure and bloodline suppression. To be able to grow to this extent in the dragon transformation art, it was naturally thanks to the dragon blood flowers. Especially the dragon blood pills refined from the 2 top-grade dragon blood flowers. Most of the results in this month's growth were due to them. and the rest was due to the high-grade dragon blood flowers. If he was given a little more time, this 15-feet dragon body would be even taller. The change was not just in size. The dragon scales that covered Yang Kai's body were originally nothing special, but at this moment, the dragon scales on his body were actually glowing with a faint golden light, as if a layer of golden water had been poured over his body, shining brightly under the sunlight. Chapter 3069. Originally, there were only small bulges on both sides of their heads, but at this moment, they were like strong saplings bursting out of the ground. Their 2 dragon horns stood erect, and their appearance was not much different from that of a real dragon vein. The dragon pressure enveloped the void, making it difficult for the 3 dragons to breathe. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests, making them feel incomparably vexed. The dragon yuan in their bodies also slowed down for no reason. The 3 dragons were shocked, especially when they discovered that one of their dragon scales was actually flashing with a strong light. The shock and fear in their hearts became even more intense. The flashing dragon scales were the foundation of the Dragon Temple's protection technique. The reason for such an abnormality was clearly because the protection technique had become unstable. When Yang Kai was 8 zhang tall, they were not affected by the bloodline suppression, but when Yang Kai transformed into a 15 zhang tall dragon, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, the terrifying pressure made them feel a trace of fear from their bloodline. Zhu Lai had said before that the Dragon Temple's protection technique could offset the bloodline suppression to a large extent, but it was only a large part and not completely offset it. When this kind of suppression exceeded a certain limit, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, it was impossible to ignore the difference in bloodline. Just like when Li Jiao faced Fu Qi, the 3 dragons felt a deep chill and fear when facing Yang Kai. They had to end this quickly, otherwise, they would not be able to survive today. The 3 dragons instantly made a decision. After Yang Kai transformed into a 15 zhang tall dragon, the look in the dragon's eyes became more and more resolute, and they pressed forward. Yang Kai suddenly punched, and his fist, the size of a house, smashed into the head of the giant dragon coming from the left at an incredible angle. A loud bang was accompanied by a dragon's roar, and the giant dragon's head was smashed to the side by this punch. Several scales on its head fell off, and its huge body kept spinning as it flew into the distant sea. However, with this delay, the giant dragon coming from the right was already very close. The dragon's claws were like unstoppable sharp blades, as they ruthlessly clawed at Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai could not dodge, his body was bound, and even the space divine technique could not be used. If he was scratched by this claw, he would definitely not have a good ending. In this moment of crisis, he felt movement behind him, almost out of instinct. A dragon's tail swept over like a divine whip descending from the heavens, viciously lashing down with peerlessly terrifying power. With a bang, the dragon tail slapped the spine of the giant dragon, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar. The giant dragon that attacked from the right fell down like a meteor. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face as he swept the area behind him with his divine sense, and couldn't help raising his brow. At some point, a dragon tail had appeared behind his butt. This discovery surprised him. Although he knew that he had made great progress in the dragon form secret technique, after more than a month of hard work, he did not know what he would look like after using the dragon form. Until now, a dragon's body of 150 feet, a dragon's horns on its head, a dragon's tail behind its back, and a dragon's scales that glowed with a golden light. This transformation could be said to be earth-shattering. It was completely different from when it was 15 feet tall. With a towering body, Yang Kai looked around disdainfully, feeling as if the whole world was crawling under his feet. For a moment his heart was filled with pride. The giant dragon that had been restraining Yang Kai could not help but widen its eyes at this moment. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye. 2 of its clansmen had been easily sent flying by Yang Kai's punch and tail, leaving it alone to face the second dragon form Yang Kai, causing its heart to tighten. Its eyes flashed and its head moved, opening its bloody maw and biting down on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai crossed his arm in front of him, and the sharp teeth sank into his flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. However, Yang Kai simply sneered, and under the terrified gaze of the giant dragon, he stretched out his other hand, grabbed the dragon's horn on its head, and viciously twisted it. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the dragon's horn was broken and blood spurted out from the side of its head. Yang Kai put away the dragon's horn and stretched out a dragon claw towards a certain part of the giant dragon's abdomen. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk in just an instant. The dragon's abdomen was torn open with a bloody wound that was several meters long. From the wound, the squirming internal organs could be vaguely seen. More than a dozen dragon scales fell, one of which was the foundation of the Dragon Hall's blessing technique. After the light flashed, the giant dragon could no longer maintain its true dragon form and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned back into its human form and quickly fled from Yang Kai, clutching its abdomen as blood flowed through the gaps between its fingers, its face extremely pale. Yang Kai's two dark red dragon eyes glanced at it contemptuously, but he had no intention of pursuing it. Without the protection of the Dragon Temple, this dragon race could no longer cause any trouble in front of him. With a low shout, his huge body fell straight into the sea, but strangely, there was not the slightest splash. A moment later, a violent energy fluctuation came from under the sea, followed by a pillar of water rising. Yang Kai broke out of the sea, each hand holding a dragon. Water splashed everywhere, and a rainbow immediately hung in the sky. These two giant dragons were the two that had been sent flying by Yang Kai just now. His huge palms firmly grasped the necks of the two dragons, dragging them into the air. Yang Kai's hair and beard went wild as he laughed heartily. Exerting force in his hands, the two dragons slammed into each other, and with a loud bang, they were both dizzy. Asterisk hong 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 hong. Asterisk Yang Kai seemed to be addicted to playing with them, constantly making them collide with each other. For a time, dragon blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. After slamming into each other dozens of times in a row, Yang Kai vented his anger and threw them back. Using the same method, the Dragon Temple's protection technique on the two dragons was broken. Thousands of feet in the air, the two dragon race were forced to transform into their human forms. They swayed as if they were drunk, and even standing was extremely difficult for them. They fled hundreds of feet away, as they looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them. His eyes focused on a certain spot, and in the next moment, spatial laws surged, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already broken into Zhu Qing's battlefield. The two dragon race cultivators intercepting Zhu Qing were shocked when they saw him appear. They were entangled with Zhu Qing, and were not far from Yang Kai, so they naturally saw the previous scene clearly. The three dragon race cultivators had joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely powerless to fight back. Now, how could the two of them have the courage to face Yang Kai's ferocity? The dragon's might rushed over, and their bloodlines were instantly suppressed to a certain extent. They looked at each other, and suddenly turned into rays of light, wanting to escape. Today's matter was no longer something they could solve. In other words, it was not something they could solve by relying on their advantage in numbers. If they wanted to save Dragon Island's face, only the Great Elder and the Second Elder could do it. They needed to hurry over and report to the two elders. But how could they have this opportunity? Just as they were about to escape, the surrounding space became incomparably sticky, as if it was sealed by some mysterious power. Spatial laws. The two dragon race cultivators were shocked and angry. They desperately urged their might to break through the influence of the spatial laws on their bodies. Yang Kai had already pounced on them. He grabbed the tail of one of the dragon race cultivators, and after fiercely spinning it a few times, he smashed it towards the other dragon race cultivator. With a bang, the two dragon race cultivators were sent flying with miserable cries. Yang Kai took the opportunity to pounce on them, and took off two of their dragon scales, forcing them to reveal their human forms. What happened next was simple. Yang Kai, who was 150 feet tall, was simply invincible in front of this group of dragon race cultivators below the 8th rank. No one could stop him. After dealing with Fu Ling's opponent, the scene suddenly quieted down. Yang Kai cast his gaze towards the depths of the sea. There, the embodiment was fighting fiercely with another dragon race cultivator. They seemed to be evenly matched. The embodiment that suddenly woke up gave Yang Kai a pleasant surprise. After all, the embodiment had been in a comatose state ever since he fused with the source of the stone fire in the desolate ancient land. This time he suddenly woke up, which was really beyond Yang Kai's expectation. He had been paying close attention to the embodiment's situation recently. According to his calculations, the embodiment should still need some time to wake up. He didn't know if the embodiment had sensed the situation on his side, so it woke up earlier. But although it woke up earlier, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai could feel that the embodiment had completely fused with the source of the stone fire. It was now the holy stone fire. After exhorting Zhu Qing, Yang Kai was about to give the embodiment a hand. But suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the Dragon Island. This dragon's roar was completely different from the dragon's roar Yang Kai had heard before. It was a sorrowful cry. It gave people the feeling that a bird was about to die, and its cry was also sorrowful. When the dragon's roar resounded, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling's expression changed. They turned their heads to look at the source of the roar. Not only them, all the dragon race cultivators on the Dragon Island were the same. That dragon's roar lasted for more than 10 breaths of time, before it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and touched his cheek. Because a few drops of something suddenly fell on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and said, "It's raining on a sunny day. The weather on the Dragon Island is really strange." In the sky, a round sun hung high in the sky. There was not a single cloud in sight. But unexpectedly, raindrops fell from the sky. Moreover, it was a heavy downpour. It was extremely fierce. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was that this rain seemed to be full of spirituality. "It's not raining." Fu Ling's face was pale. She had been staring at the source of the roar. When she heard Yang Kai's words, she subconsciously replied. Her delicate body started to tremble. Zhu Qing's expression was also incomparably pale. She said in a deep voice, "Falling dragon rain." "What?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing. He couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something big had happened. Otherwise, Zhu Qing's expression wouldn't be so solemn. A dragon race cultivator died. Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him. Her face was filled with shock. Yang Kai was startled. His pupils couldn't help but contract. "How did you know? That dragon's roar just now?" Even if that dragon's roar was extremely sorrowful, it didn't necessarily mean that a dragon race cultivator died, right? Maybe it was just a serious injury. Chapter 3070. On the Dragon Island, it was raining. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have quietened down at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. Fu Ling swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "If a dragon race dies, it will turn into spiritual rain. This rain is the rain of dragon death." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling with a serious expression. Fu Ling said, "There's no mistake." Zhu Qing also nodded and said, "There is indeed a dragon race that died." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "It can't be, right? Who did it? Senior 9 Phoenix? Or Li Wui? Could it be that brat Zhu Lai?" Hearing Zhu Qing's conclusion that a dragon race died, he was also shocked. Although he had a falling out with the dragon race today, and even injured a few dragon race members, Yang Kai never thought of killing a single dragon race member. It was nothing to fall out with the dragon race. At most, he would just cut off all contact with them. He was already not used to the high and mighty attitude of the dragon race, so he naturally didn't want to have anything to do with them. But if a dragon race member died in his hands, then the situation would be different. At that time, not only would it make things difficult for Zhu Qing, he would also become the enemy of the entire Dragon Island. With the strength of the Dragon Island, he was still unable to contend with them. Once the Dragon Island made a move, there would be nowhere for him to hide. Therefore, even though Yang Kai attacked in rage today, he didn't really kill a single dragon race member. All the dragon race members that were injured by him didn't suffer any damage to their foundation. He only broke their Dragon Palace protection technique and ignored them. He wanted to bring Zhu Qing away, so he had to show his strength. But he had always been keeping a distance that was acceptable to the Dragon Island at the same time. But now this distance was broken. A dragon race member was killed. Who was so daring to actually kill a dragon race member on the Dragon Island? Did they not want to live anymore? Yang Kai's expression instantly became serious. Thoughts surged in his mind as he speculated on the candidate to slay the dragon. It was impossible for Zhu Lai to do so. He was also a member of the dragon race, so it was impossible for him to kill his own kind. Furthermore, he probably did not have the ability to do so. Jiufeng probably couldn't do it either. Yang Kai remembered that she was fighting against two people at once. It was good enough that she could hold her ground. How could she possibly kill the dragon race? Li Wui. In any case, the fourth elder was a Tier 9 colossal dragon. How could he be killed so easily? Could it be Lu Yan? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it was Lu Yan, then today's matter would be really bad. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, the battlefield where Zhu Lai and the others were fighting also quieted down. Everyone who was fighting left the battlefield and formed their own formations. Their expressions were constantly changing. Jiufeng reached out and caught a few drops of spiritual rain. She had a gloating expression on her face. Which one of your people died? She obviously knew about the dragon race's meteor rain. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at the two members of the dragon race who were fighting with her just now. She teased. Could it be that one of Zhu Yan or Fu Dun died? Although she said that, she also knew that it was impossible. The great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yan, and the second elder Fu Dun, were both existences comparable to the great emperors. Even a martial beast could not possibly have the ability to kill them. Who is it? They actually slayed a dragon. She and Yang Kai had the same thoughts. They were both secretly shocked. Possible candidates flashed through their minds, but they were all rejected. The battlefield here calmed down, and so did the other place. In front of the dragon tomb of the dragon race, 4 figures stood quietly. One of them was a burly man with broad shoulders and a round waist. He wore a dark red cloak, and his expression was dignified. The aura emitted from his body was enough to make the world tremble and space distort. In his arms was a woman who looked extremely weak. The woman's face was pale as she quietly nestled against his chest. Her breath was like orchids, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her expression was calm, as if to her, as long as she could nestle in this man's arms, it would be fine even if the sky fell down. But if one looked carefully, they could still see that under this calm face, there was a deep sense of guilt. On the other side, Grand Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si were in a pincer position, standing not far away from the man and woman. Green light spread out from the Great Elder's body, and the Second Elder's Law of Ice was also pushed to the extreme. They were both facing a great enemy. The man had a rough appearance, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was panting slightly, looking like he had consumed a lot of energy. After the spirit rain fell, he suddenly grinned. You too, you don't need this king to remind you what the falling dragon rain means, right? If the two of you continue to entangle with me, I'm afraid all the dragon descendants on the dragon island will fall. At that time, the two of you will become the eternal sinners of the dragon race. I don't think the two of you can bear this responsibility. The Great Elder and Second Elder's expressions did not change. At their level of cultivation, it was very difficult to be disturbed by external things. Although the fall of the dragon race was a huge matter, the two of them did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. There was no other reason. The man in front of them was one of the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, Mo Huang. In terms of ability and strength, he was not inferior to either of them. Any bit of distraction or carelessness could give him an opportunity to take advantage of. The fall of the dragon race was indeed a huge matter. But Mo Huang breaking into the dragon tomb and bringing out the exiled dragon girl was also a huge matter. Tisk. Mo Huang saw that the two elders of the dragon race were indifferent and couldn't help but curl his lips. He said somewhat angrily, "How do you want to settle today's matter? Why don't the two of you draw a line? This king will accept it. The second elder said indifferently. Let Fu Xian go and never step into Dragon Island again. I will let your people of Spirit Beast Island leave safely. Emo Huang snorted coldly. Little Xian and I are husband and wife. We have feelings for each other, and are in love with each other. Why does the second elder say that this king is holding her hostage? Your dragon race is unreasonable, and abides by the rules of the sect. You exiled little Xian into the dragon tomb. This king will not settle this account with you. Let me take little Xian away. The two of you can go and settle the matters of Dragon Island. This king will not stop you. Fu Shi shook his head and said, Fu Xian is the fourth elder of my dragon race. She was born on Dragon Island and died in the dragon tomb. You can't take her away today. Emo Huang sneered. This king is really going to take her away today. You can try to stop me. Fu Shi said. Then we can only end this quickly. While speaking, the aura on her body suddenly became extremely dangerous. Emo Huang didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and said, What does the great elder say? If you really want to fight, this king is willing to exchange pointers with the two of you. I'm just afraid that your dragon race is facing a great disaster today, and is in danger of being exterminated. Zhu Yan's expression was grave, and he sighed in his heart. Troubled times, it really was troubled times. The changes of Dragon Island today were simply dazzling. Even he had never encountered such a situation in his many years of life. First, it was Yang Kai who possessed the ancestral dragon's origin that went to kidnap the bride. Then, the martial beast brought the people of Spirit Beast Island and barged into Dragon Island. They even went deeper into the dragon tomb and brought Fu Xian out. Before the matters here were settled, another member of the dragon race was killed. Even if the great elder's cultivation was exceedingly high, he also felt that today's matter was incomparably tricky. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. It seemed that the most troublesome matters in tens of thousands of years had gathered together. The dragon race being killed couldn't be ignored. The number of clansmen had always been very small. It had been many years since such a thing happened. The most important thing was that Zhu Yan didn't know if the murderer would, or even had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race. If the dragon slayer still had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race, then he must rush over to deal with it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the matters here couldn't be taken lightly. Zhu Yan was really in a dilemma. Great Elder also insists on making things difficult for this king? Emo Huang asked in a deep voice. He was already a little impatient. Zhu Yan raised his eyes and said, Emo Huang, this old man has a proposal. Let's hear it. Emo Huang raised his eyebrows. Let's put aside the grudges between you and Dragon Island for the time being. Fu Shi frowned when she heard that, but she didn't rush to say anything. Emo Huang laughed heartily. Great Elder is wise. Zhu Yan continued. The premise is that you have to come with us. Emo Huang restrained his laughter and stared at Zhu Yan seriously, as if he wanted to see if he was joking or not. After a while he sneered. Great Elder, are you muddle-headed? Dragon Island has changed. This king naturally should take the opportunity to leave this place. Otherwise, when the two of you are free, I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Great Elder, please don't humiliate my intelligence. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, If you don't agree, then this old man can only join hands with the second elder to take you down first. Emo Huang bellowed. Great Elder's confidence is truly breathtaking. Zhu Yan sighed and said, If you are alone, even if this old man and the second elder join hands, we still won't be able to stop you. But you still have Fu Xian with you. How can you go all out? You don't want her to get hurt because of this, right? Emo Huang's face sank. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, and his ruthless expression softened a little. Zhu Yan continued. Correspondingly, this old man is willing to give you a chance. If you agree to this old man's proposal, this old man can communicate with the Dragon Palace Hall and beg for the forgiveness of the ancestor on behalf of Fu Xian to see if there is a chance to leave the dragon tomb. Emo Huang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you serious? Zhu Yan said. This old man can only promise to give it a try. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will also depend on the ancestors' attitude. Emo Huang nodded and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement. Zhu Yan looked at him inquiringly. Emo Huang turned his head to look at Fu Xian and said, That will depend on the second elder's attitude. Fu Xian didn't say a word. She suddenly turned into a white light and flew away. Her actions had already expressed her attitude. She didn't agree or disagree. It was obvious that she had tacitly agreed. After all, it was the great elder's proposal. Even if she had an opinion, it wasn't good for her to disagree with the great elder. Furthermore, this proposal was the best way to solve the problem at hand. Seeing this, Zhu Yan nodded at Emo Huang, and also turned into a stream of light, and flew in that direction. The two elders of the dragon race actually left just like that, because they knew that since Emo Huang had agreed to the proposal, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. After all, Emo Huang's identity was there. Furthermore, even if he went back on his words, so what? He could take Fu Xian and escape this time. But even if he could escape, could Spirit Beast Island escape? If they really went back on their word, the dragon race on Dragon Island might visit Spirit Beast Island in a few days. That was why the two elders left without worries. Chapter 3071. Is it worth it? A soft question sounded. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at Emo Huang. The thick stubble on his chin poked her forehead, making her feel itchy and numb. However, she missed this feeling very much. She moved her head slightly and gently rubbed it, as if she wanted to imprint this feeling into the depths of her soul. Emo Huang's rough face was filled with tenderness and sweetness. He reached out and stroked her cheek, smiling slightly. How can a picturesque landscape compare to the cinnabar between your eyebrows? Fu Xian's beautiful eyes were extremely bright. Emo Huang grinned again. That bratly Wui said so before. I'm just using it. Fu Xian giggled. So it's Wui's words. Emo Huang sighed. You've suffered all these years. Fu Xian shook her head. I already expected this. There's nothing to suffer. Aren't we meeting again today? Emo Huang said solemnly. This time, I won't let you leave my side again. That will make me an enemy of the entire Dragon Island. Fu Xian rested her head on Emo Huang's broad chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was as if she heard the most beautiful celestial music in the world. Her face was full of happiness. Emo Huang snorted. Since the day you and I met, I've already made plans to become enemies with Dragon Island. When they met back then, he was in his prime. He recognized at a glance that the arrogant person was a martial beast of the dragon race. She could control all the beasts in the world, but he had never had the experience of controlling a dragon. His heart immediately became restless, and thoughts surged uncontrollably. He tried to get close to her several times, and even used force to finally subdue her. However, he didn't expect that he would step into the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself from it. He also formed a grudge with the dragon race. Thinking back, a warm smile appeared on Emo Huang's face. That was the wisest decision he had ever made. How's little Seven? Fu Xian suddenly asked. She's grown up. She's just a little spoiled. You should follow me back to Spirit Beast Island to discipline her. Fu Xian said. She doesn't know her identity, right? Emo Huang shook his head. I haven't told her yet. Speaking of this girl, she's been quite annoying recently. What happened? Fu Xian was shocked. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Although she had never seen her again after giving birth to her, how could she not care about her? There's a brat that the girl can't forget, Emo Huang said with a dark face. Fu Xian froze for a moment, then laughed. What are you laughing at? Fu Xian stopped laughing and said, counting her age, little Seven should be at that age. It's not strange for one or two men to enter her sight. Emo Huang shook his head like a rattledrum. No. She's still too young. It's not the time to think about this. Fu Xian leisurely said. Although I gave birth to her, I never had the opportunity to take care of her. You should worry about her matters, but you must not let her hate you. Emo Huang was shocked. She hates me because of that brat. Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. That's hard to say. Daughters tend to be more outgoing when they grow up. When Emo Huang heard this, his face turned even darker, and he suddenly felt a little worried. All right, let's go take a look. Emo Huang frowned and said, let's not go. Let's talk here, and wait for those two old guys to finish dealing with the dragon race. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at him. Take me there. They are my clansmen after all. Emo Huang couldn't stand her cute and obedient look. He nodded repeatedly and said, all right. Since you said so, let's go take a look. After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, if we're lucky, we might be able to see that brat. When he finished, he had already flown out with Fu Xian. Fu Xian was startled for a moment, then said, you're saying that the man Little Seven is interested in is also on Dragon Island? Yes. This time, I was able to come in without anyone noticing. It's all thanks to him. Emo Huang nodded. If it wasn't for Yang Kai causing a ruckus on Dragon Island and attracting Zhu Yin and Fu Tin's attention, he wouldn't have been able to sneak in. Normally, if he set foot on Dragon Island, he would definitely be discovered by Zhu Yin and Fu Tin. He's from the dragon race? Fu Xian frowned. She herself was from the dragon race, so she naturally knew how promiscuous the private lives of those male dragon race members were. If her daughter was interested in someone from the dragon race, then this matter would really be troublesome. He's not from the dragon race, he's just a human. Emo Huang shook his head and replied, human? Fu Xian was even more confused. How can a human enter Dragon Island? Furthermore, why did he come to Dragon Island? The corner of Emo Huang's mouth twitched, and he spat out two words, bride snatching. Fu Xian was astonished. Under her continuous questioning, only then did she know that Yang Kai did such a shocking thing on Dragon Island. She was immediately shocked and felt that this guy was a bit too daring. But then again, wasn't the situation of this guy called Yang Kai and Emo Huang very similar? Both of them were from the human race, and both of them married a dragon girl. Both of them were strongly opposed by Dragon Island, and were forced to become enemies with Dragon Island. Fu Xian suddenly felt some sympathy for that Yang Kai. Emo Huang was one of the 10 great emperors, and even he couldn't take her away from Dragon Island back then. That Yang Kai definitely couldn't do it this time either. This love between a human and a dragon was destined to end in tragedy. The stubbornness of the dragon race had been proven. A figure suddenly rushed out from the sea, attracting the attention of Yang Kai and the others. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that the avatar had already returned to the height of a human. Steam was rising from its body, and it flew out from the sea. Zhu Qing and Fu Ling sized it up in surprise. They didn't know where this guy came from, but the aura of the Holy Spirit on this stone man was extremely obvious, so they recognized Shi identity with a single glance. What made them even more surprised was that this stone man actually had the aura of Yang Kai on his body. If one didn't look at it with their eyes, and instead used their divine sense to investigate, they might have mistaken it for Yang Kai. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai said softly, we're on the same side. The avatar was formed by the combination of his avatar and the stone mongoose. Even if it merged with the origin of the stone fire, and became the Holy Spirit stone fire, its foundation wouldn't change. It had a great battle with the dragon race before, and now that it came back alone, it was obvious that its opponent had run away. They didn't know what the result of the battle was. Yang Kai was about to ask, but the avatar's words stunned him. Wukong is here. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? Zhu Qing also frowned. Wukong? Which Wukong? Fu Ling smiled. Why does this name sound the same as the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors? The heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors, was a legend of a generation, an existence that no one could surpass in hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even the proud dragon race had a deep impression of this name, and was very afraid of it. The avatar said, I shouldn't have woken up today. I was awakened by a kind of power. What kind of power? The power of the martial arts I practice. When it said this, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this matter was not far from the truth. The avatar practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique. And the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique was a divine martial art created by Wukong. Back then, the heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this martial art to become invincible in the world. During the War of Great Emperors, several great emperors died at his hands. If there was anyone in this world who could sense Wukong's existence, it would be the Avatar. No wonder the Avatar woke up early. It was not that his previous deduction was wrong, but that a special situation had occurred. Why is he on Dragon Island? If he's on Dragon Island, doesn't that mean that Senior Duan is also on Dragon Island? After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong and Duan Hongchen's souls merged into one. After that, in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple, Wukong seized control of the Avatar and escaped from Azure Sun Temple, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai never expected that Wukong would be on Dragon Island. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's heart jumped. The reason why the Avatar could sense Wukong's existence was because Wukong used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Wukong would not use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for no reason. Thinking back to the scene of the falling dragon rain earlier, Yang Kai was horrified. Not good. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, shouting in a low voice, "Follow me." As soon as he said this, he flew out. As he flew, crackling sounds came from all over his body, and he returned to his original appearance. After they left, the defeated dragon race cultivators looked at each other, and also chased after them. Wukong appeared on Dragon Island, and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Now that a dragon race had fallen, it was very likely that he had already devoured a dragon race. With the foundation of the Great Emperors, and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, no one knew how much damage Wukong could cause if he was not stopped. He did not care about the safety of Dragon Island, but Lu Yan and Jiufeng were there. If they encountered Wukong, they might not be able to stop him. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the original battlefield. Looking up, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yan and Jiufeng were intact. The dragon race cultivators who were fighting with them had already stopped fighting and gathered together with ugly expressions. The fall of the dragon race had obviously caused an unimaginable impact on them. At this time, who still had the mood to continue fighting. Moreover, there were still many dragon race cultivators here. Obviously, Wukong did not attack here. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Lu Yan quickly flew over. Yang Kai reached out and touched her head, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lu Yan shook her head. Today's battle had benefited her a lot. After all, the experience of fighting against a dragon race was really rare. She believed that after this battle, her strength would improve again. "Yang Kai, did you do it?" Jiufeng looked at Yang Kai and asked with a frown. If that dragon race cultivator was really killed by Yang Kai, then he must be in trouble. So Jiufeng could not help but ask. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't me." Jiufeng suddenly wondered. Then who was it? Could it be that one of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun really died? I forget I said it. She turned her head and looked in one direction. There, two rays of light, one green and one white, rushed over like lightning and landed in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye, revealing the figures of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun. Chapter 3072. The expressions of the two great elders of the dragon race did not look good. As soon as Fu Jinyo appeared, she glanced at Yang Kai, Jiufeng, and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Replying to the second elder, "We are fine." Fu Qi stepped forward and cupped his fist. Fu Ling also hurriedly said, "We are fine too." Fu Jinyo frowned. Zhu Yan glanced at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "The fourth elder and Fu Qi are not here." There were only so many people in the dragon race, so it was easy to find out who was missing. The reason why Zhu Kong was not here was because Li Wui had used the divine technique to pull her into a void. With Zhu Kong's ability, she should not be at a disadvantage against Li Wui. Then the only possibility left was that something had happened to Fu Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan's expression also sank. Fu Qi was a rank 8 thunder dragon, ranked in the upper middle of the dragon race. If something really happened to him, then Dragon Island's loss today would be too great. Previously, Fu Qi was heavily injured by Yang Kai, so his strength must have dropped. But on Dragon Island, other than these people, who else could kill a rank 8 thunder dragon? This was what Zhu Yan could not understand the most. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then cupped his fist and said, "Great Elder, I have something to tell you." Zhu Yan did not have a good impression of him. Today's matter was all caused by Yang Kai. Although Emo Huang's appearance was not related to him, he was the one who stirred up the muddy waters of Dragon Island. If not for Yang Kai drawing attention here, they would not have failed to notice Emo Huang sneaking into Dragon Island, leading to him trespassing into the Dragon Tomb and breaking the rules of the dragon race. But the Great Elder was still a gentle person. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "What is it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Wukong might be on Dragon Island." "Wukong?" Zhu Yan frowned. "Which Wukong?" Yang Kai said, "Is there anyone else named Wukong in this world?" Zhu Yan's expression finally changed. "You mean, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor?" As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai in shock, as if they wanted to see if he had gone crazy. Not many people knew the name Wukong, but the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor was too well known. Even Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Fu Ti even scolded angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Wukong has already fallen for many years. How could he appear on my Dragon Island? Kid, don't lie through your teeth." She already had a lot of opinions about Yang Kai, and now that the dragon race had fallen, her mood was even worse. How could she be happy? Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "Wukong is not dead." Zhu Yan and Fu Ti were startled when they heard this. The former shook his head continuously, while the latter snorted disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was also a little annoyed by their attitude. He just provided the information he knew. He didn't have any ulterior motive. He didn't ask for the gratitude of the dragon race, but at least they didn't show a look of disdain. The attitude of the two elders of the dragon race made him dissatisfied. Yang Kai no longer argued. In any case, it was the dragon race that died. It had nothing to do with him. The only thing he had to consider now was how to take Zhu Qing and the others away under the eyes of Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. He's not spouting nonsense. When a loud shout came, a burly figure suddenly landed on the side, holding a pale woman in his arms. "Third Elder." Zhu Qing looked at the woman and called out in surprise. Many members of the dragon race also looked at Fu Xian with complicated expressions, greeting her one after another. Fu Xian turned her head and glanced at Zhu Qing, nodded weakly, and then fixed her eyes on Yang Kai, looking him up and down. Yang Kai also happened to look at her, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. "Emo Xiaoqi? Why is she here?" But in the next moment, Yang Kai knew that he had mistaken her for someone else. Because although this woman looked quite similar to Emo Xiaoqi, the temperaments of the two were completely different. This woman looked much more mature than Emo Xiaoqi. If Emo Xiaoqi was a budding flower, then this woman was a blooming flower, with a charm that Emo Xiaoqi didn't have. Most importantly, this woman didn't have the butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The butterfly mark on Emo Xiaoqi's face was actually a seal, not a birthmark as Yang Kai initially thought. It was a life-saving measure the martial beast's great emperor had planted on her. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, when the seal was broken, Emo Xiaoqi almost went berserk. It was only thanks to Zhang Ruoxi that she was able to suppress her. So this woman was not Emo Xiaoqi, but more like Emo Xiaoqi's elder sister. However, the way Zhu Qing and the others addressed this woman made him a little confused, and he couldn't figure out the relationship between Emo Xiaoqi and her. What made Yang Kai feel the most strange was the way this woman looked at him, as if she was examining him. "Is this the third elder of your dragon race?" Yang Kai didn't have the nerve to look at her, so he looked away and sent a divine sense message to Zhu Qing. "Yes." Then the one next to her. "Martial beast Emo Huang." Yang Kai was shocked. When this person came over just now, he felt that he wasn't simple, but he didn't think it was martial beast. He had never seen martial beast before, so he didn't know what he looked like. He only imagined martial beast's appearance based on Emo Xiaoqi's appearance, but the difference was too big. "So this is martial beast. one of the great emperors who could control all beasts in the world and obey his orders. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something, and his expression became strange. He continued to send a divine sense message. Martial Beast Master came to Dragon Island for your third elder? Zhu Qing replied. Yes, their situation is somewhat similar to ours. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Is it because of this that third elder was banished to the dragon tomb? Zhu Qing gently nodded, and immediately said, But the most important thing is because third elder and the martial beast master already had a child. If they didn't have a child, the second elder wouldn't have banished her to the dragon tomb. After all, she has a ninth order dragon vein. The second elder thought that there was still room to maneuver, so he kept persuading her to separate from the martial beast master. But after the child was born, everything changed. Yang Kai said absent-mindedly, So Shaoqi's mother is actually from the dragon race. He didn't need to ask to know who the child of the dragon race's third elder and Emo Huang was. There was only one little princess on Spirit Beast Island, and Emo Shaoqi was the only child of the martial beast great emperor. It was no wonder that their appearances were 70 to 80% similar. The mother and daughter naturally had some similarities. What did you say? Zhu Qing turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, Don't worry, even if we have a child, I won't let you be banished to the dragon tomb. Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she no longer discussed this issue with him. How difficult was it to have a child when the human race and the dragon race married? Martial Beast and Fu Xian had been in love for 1,000 years, but they only gave birth to Emo Shaoqi a little more than 10 years ago. One could imagine how difficult it was. In the past 1,000 years, Dragon Island had always been against this, but because Martial Beast was involved, the dragon race couldn't suppress them. It wasn't until Emo Shaoqi was born that the dragon race was decided. That time, the Dragon Clan mobilized all their forces and attacked the Spirit Beast Island. Although Emo Huang had the intention to resist, Fu Xian still took the initiative to follow the Dragon Clan back to the Dragon Island. Emo Huang naturally followed as well, but in the end, he was still outnumbered and was chased out of the Dragon Island. This wait lasted for more than 10 years. While the two were quietly communicating, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both looked at Emo Huang in shock, almost thinking that they had misheard. Emo Huang sneered, You dragon race people are conservative and self-righteous. You don't hear about the outside world, so you naturally think that everyone is lying to you. What do you mean? Fu Su looked at him coldly. Zhu Yan also frowned. Are you trying to say that Wukong really didn't die? Emo Huang said in a deep voice. Wukong came back to life. What? At this time, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both paled. Many dragon race people were also shocked. Is this news accurate? Zhu Yan looked at Emo Huang with a solemn expression. If this was the case, then this world would change greatly. The dragon race also participated in the War of Emperors back then, and Zhu Yan was one of them. Only those who had faced Wukong directly knew how terrifying this heaven-devouring great emperors was. Emo Huang said, A year ago, this king communicated with him. Do you think this news is accurate? Communicated? Zhu Yan frowned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant. The heaven-devouring great emperors were not easy to communicate with. Martial Beast also had grievances with him. If they met, they would definitely fight. So how could they sit down and communicate? Emo Huang said impatiently. Wukong's situation is a bit special. He has been hiding in the Shattered Star Sea's origin sea. He wanted to gather blood essence to form a body, and was almost successful. But at the critical moment, Duan Hongchen broke in and fought with him. In the end, both sides suffered. Wukong failed to form a body and was reborn, but occupied half of Duan Hongchen's body. This matter also involves Duan Hongchen? Emo Huang said. After the Shattered Star Sea, old Duan tried to find a way to seal Wukong's soul. He went to the Serene Soul Palace, but the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything. He came to my Spirit Beast Island and stayed for a while. That's how I know about his situation. Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace were both in the Eastern Territory. From Serene Soul Palace to Spirit Beast Island was just on the way. Even the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything? Zhu Yan was surprised. If there was anyone in the world who had the deepest understanding of the soul, it would be the person from the Serene Soul Palace. But now, even he couldn't deal with Duan Hongchen's situation. Perhaps no one else in the world could. So Wukong is indeed not dead. Mo Huang looked at the two elders of the dragon race disdainfully. You people from the dragon race should go out more often and learn more about the world's affairs. But then again, only a few people in the world knew about the matter between Wukong and Duan Hongchen. Even if the dragon race really went out, they might not be able to get any information. Chapter 3073. The news of Wukong's revival was a shock to all the members of the dragon race. They were speechless for a long time. Suddenly, a figure staggered over from afar. That person looked extremely weak, like a drunken bee. While flying, he was bobbing up and down, as if he could fall into the sea at any time. Everyone turned to look at him with suspicion in their eyes. After seeing that person's appearance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Zhu Qing also said curiously, "It's Li Jiao." Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. From afar, it was as if he had seen a family member. He anxiously shouted, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai hurriedly went forward and supported him. After examining him and confirming that his life was not in danger, he asked, "Is Fu Qi dead?" "Yes." Yang Kai's expression changed again. "You killed him?" Li Jiao shook his head. He did want to kill Fu Qi, but unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponents. If it wasn't for an uninvited guest at the last moment, he would have most likely died today. Although he knew the consequences of killing a member of the dragon race, the situation at that time did not allow him to think too much. Thinking about what Lu Sanyang had been through all these years, only Fu Qi's blood could wash away their shame. "It's Wu Chen." "Wu Chen killed Fu Qi," Li Jiao said solemnly. "Wu Chen." Yang Kai had a strange expression. How could it be him? After knowing that Fu Qi did not die in Li Jiao's hands, Yang Kai was slightly relieved. However, Li Jiao's words made him feel a little incredulous. After confirming that Fu Qi was dead, he thought of two possibilities. The first was that Li Jiao's strength erupted, and he bravely slaughtered the dragon race. If that was the case, then Li Jiao could forget about leaving Dragon Island today. Maybe even his Fire Dragon Palace would suffer. However, this possibility was not high. He let Li Jiao find Fu Qi because he knew that with Li Jiao's cultivation, he would not be able to do anything to Fu Qi at most. He would fight with Fu Qi to vent his anger. With Li Jiao's strength, it was definitely not realistic for him to kill Fu Qi. The second possibility was that Wukong killed Fu Qi. This was the most likely and the only possibility. However, the answer Li Jiao gave was beyond imagination. Wu Chen actually killed Fu Qi. Regarding Wu Chen, Kai Yang had always had an extremely strange feeling about him, and had always been on guard against him. But this past month, Wu Chen hadn't shown any signs of hostility towards him. On the contrary, he had even helped him a little at the beginning. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that Wu Chen's cultivation seemed a little strange. When Yang Kai first met him, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But a month later, he was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although it was only a small improvement, it was still as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any cultivator. He did not know what kind of lucky chance Wu Chen obtained, but he just felt that this guy was somewhat not simple. "Who is Wu Chen?" Fu Qi suddenly asked. Li Jiao's last sentence wasn't said through a spiritual force transmission, but directly out loud. Everyone present had high cultivation levels, so they naturally heard it clearly. After confirming that the one who died was Fu Qi, and the name of the dragon slayer, the dragon race naturally wanted to know the background of this Wu Chen. With her pressure, Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked like he was about to die. Yang Kai flashed in front of him and replied, "It's a human from Half-Dragon City." Fu Qi said angrily, "A trivial human can slaughter my dragon race?" She glared at Li Jiao and said, "You have the smell of Fu Qi's blood on you. You're lying. Did you kill Fu Qi?" Li Jiao quickly shook his head. It's not me. It's really Wu Chun. Although I fought with Fu Qi, I couldn't do anything to him. I almost died in his hands, but that Wu Chun suddenly appeared. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly subdued Fu Qi. That Wu Chun has such ability. Zhu Yan was also shocked. It was not easy to subdue an 8th Order Thunder Dragon in an instant. How could there be such a master hidden in Half-Dragon City? He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me everything in detail. If there is even half a lie, you will die without a burial place." Li Jiao looked miserable, but his expression was calm and didn't look like he was lying. Li Jiao nodded lightly and chose his words carefully. Yang Kai placed his hand on Li Jiao's wrist and sent his Emperor Qi over. Li Jiao's expression became much better, and he cast a grateful look. In the next moment, Li Jiao spoke tirelessly. He didn't hide anything and told Yang Kai about how he followed Fu Qi to the spiritual island, how he fought with his life on the line, and how Wu Chun mysteriously appeared. He told Yang Kai everything, including how Wu Chun's appearance and personality changed drastically. After I escaped from there, I heard Fu Qi's miserable cries. Then it started raining. Although I am a descendant of the dragon, I know about the falling dragon rain. Therefore, in my opinion, Fu Qi is probably dead, and the one who killed him is Wu Chun. He was naturally happy that Fu Qi was killed. Even if he didn't kill him, the 3 moves he used to fight with Fu Qi had caused him irreparable damage, and it could be said that he had vented his anger. Li Jiao even thought that if it weren't for his 3 moves, Wu Chun would have to spend more effort to kill Fu Qi. From this point of view, he also contributed to Fu Qi's death, and it could be said that he had taken revenge with his own hands. Wu Chun gave him a dangerous feeling, but he was grateful to Wu Chun. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Yang Kai murmured with a solemn expression, "Appearance change, personality change. Wu Chun, Wu Chun, Wu Chun. Yukong Duan Hongchen." Wu Chun was just an alias, a homophone of Yukong's surname, and a combination of Duan Hongchen's surname, which was very fitting. After all, the 2 great emperors had 2 souls in the same body, and it was very appropriate to put their names together to make an alias. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. No matter how rich his imagination was, it was impossible for him to link Wu Chun with the 2 great emperors. After all, Wu Chun's previous performance didn't have any of the spirit of the great emperors, and there was no need to talk about his appearance. He had the head of a snake, the eyes of a rat, the mouth of a monkey, and the cheeks of a monkey. He was completely unrelated to the great emperors. Now it seemed that the one controlling the body was still Wukong, and Duan Hongchen should have been suppressed. He didn't know how Wukong did it. As he thought about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He suddenly remembered that the 500 people who built the palace had been reduced to less than 200 to 300 after a month, and most of them had disappeared from the emperor realm. Before this, Yang Kai didn't think about what happened to these people, because their life and death didn't have much to do with him. But now that he knew Wu Chun's true identity, it was obvious what happened to these people. Wukong had devoured them. There was a reasonable explanation for Wu Chun's explosive increase in strength in a short month. He was the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, a legend who created the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. From the situation of the Dharmakayas, cultivating the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, those cultivators had probably become Wukong's capital to become stronger. Yang Kai could confirm Wu Chun's true identity. Emo Huang, Zhu Yan, and the others could naturally do the same. Emo Huang had said before that Wukong and Duan Hongchen were now 2 souls in one body. Didn't this confirm what Li Jiao had said about Wu Chun's change in personality? Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Fu Tianqi reached out and grabbed Li Jiao. "Come with me." Wukong had killed a dragon, and the dragon race had shaken up. Now, the most important thing was to confirm Wukong's whereabouts. He had snuck into Dragon Island, and didn't hesitate to lower his status and endure humiliation. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as just killing a dragon race. And if they wanted to track down Wukong's whereabouts, Li Jiao was indispensable. Only he knew where Fu Qi had died, and only he knew where Wukong had attacked. When Fu Tianqi's jade hand reached out, Li Jiao's entire body froze in place. The Emperor Qi in his body froze for a moment, and even his breathing was involuntarily held. He was like a rabbit that had no experience in dodging. Facing the claws of a falcon that was swooping down from the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between the three-layer Emperor realm mirror he was so proud of, and a great emperor. His already pale face turned even paler. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Yang Kai's hand turned into a dragon's claw, ignoring the obstruction of space, and grabbed towards Fu Tianqi's jade hand. As soon as he moved, the embodiment moved as well, smashing a fist towards Fu Tianqi's side. The moment he made a move, his might was extraordinary, like a thunderbolt. A phantom flashed past, and Yang Kai only felt a fierce blow to his chest. He couldn't help but retreat a few hundred meters, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The embodiment also seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body stiffened, and it fell straight down, smashing into the sea and disappearing. Zhu Qing was shocked and quickly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand. When he looked up, he saw Li Jiao being lifted up like a little chick by Fu Tianqi, and flying in a certain direction. Seeing this, the other dragon race members followed. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew that he was no match for the great emperors. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Fu Tianqi attack Li Jiao. No matter how big the gap was, he had to show an unyielding attitude. Fortunately, Fu Tianqi wasn't in the mood to waste time with him, so he was able to repel him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. You've got guts. Emo Huang glanced at Yang Kai, not knowing whether it was praise or ridicule. From the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at Yang Kai once until now. Inexplicably, he didn't like Yang Kai. He knew the reason, but he wasn't willing to admit it. If Mo Shaoqi hadn't been thinking about him, this young man in front of him would have been a dragon among men in Mo Huang's eyes. After all, among the younger generation, who would dare to trespass on Dragon Island with just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation? Not to mention, this place had been turned upside down. Zhu Yan stayed behind. His gaze swept across the void 1,000 meters away, and he looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing who were standing side by side, and said, "You two go with us." He couldn't let Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stay here, because if something went wrong, Yang Kai might take the opportunity to escape from Dragon Island. The dragon race couldn't accept such an outcome. Too many things had happened on Dragon Island today. If Yang Kai abducted a dragon girl, and a dragon girl who could become an elder, where would Dragon Island's face go? Chapter 3074. Yang Kai's face was ashen. He looked at Zhu Yan and said, "What if I don't agree?" Now there were only two paths in front of him. One was to agree to Zhu Yan's suggestion and go with him, which was equivalent to being monitored. The other was to fight with Zhu Yan now and solve the problem with violence. However, he estimated that his end would not be good. He was not even a match for Fu Tan, not to mention Zhu Yan, who was ranked above Fu Tan. This was the great elder of the dragon race. Even if Yang Kai used all his abilities, he would not be qualified to compete with him. Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. "I advise you to agree. This old man does not want to bully the weak." Yang Kai was depressed, his mouth full of bitterness. However, speaking of which, Li Jiao was now under the control of others. He could not just leave Li Jiao alone. It was reasonable for him to go with them and see what the result was. "Young man, let's go together. Mo Huang will take care of you." Fu Xian suddenly spoke, causing the corner of Mo Huang's eyes to twitch. Since he had already said so much, Yang Kai naturally made a decision and gently nodded. "Many thanks, third elder. Then let's go and have a look together." Fu Xian smiled. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang. "Shouldn't we ask them to stop?" Mo Huang did not say anything. He just casually threw a punch. Silently, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, spreading forward like a ripple. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Two figures suddenly appeared. It was Li Wui and Zhu Kong. The two looked fine. It was unknown what kind of battle they had. At the very least, it was impossible to tell who was stronger from the surface. After the space divine technique was broken, Li Wui and Zhu Kong pulled away. They looked at Mo Huang and Zhu Yin suspiciously. They did not know what was going on outside. Let's talk on the way. Zhu Yin turned and flew out. Zhu Kong frowned and quickly followed. Let's go. Mo Huang also called out. The group of people flew towards the spiritual island in a mighty manner. Along the way, Zhu Kong and Li Wui had clearly heard about what had happened. Zhu Kong's expression couldn't help but become ugly. She had never thought that in less than an hour, there would actually be people who died on Dragon Island. And this matter even involved the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Li Wui also had a look of shock on his face as he whispered to Jiu Feng. Spiritual energy was abundant on the spiritual island. There were some traces left behind by the battle between Li Jiao and Fu Qi when the group of people arrived. Many of the dragon race were already investigating the situation here. Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he was surrounded by several dragon race members with a bitter expression. How is it? Zhu Yin flew over and landed beside Fu Tin. Fu Qi did die here. Where's Wukong? There's no trace of him. Zhu Yin nodded. After killing the dragon race, Wukong couldn't possibly continue to stay here. He definitely ran off to God knows where. Find out where he is. Zhu Yin coldly snorted and was completely enraged. Previously, Yang Kai snatched the bride, and Mo Huang barged into the dragon tomb to bring Fu Xian out. He wasn't actually that angry, but Wukong's actions had clearly touched the reverse scale of the entire dragon race. The crime of slaying a dragon must be repaid with blood. Fu Tin nodded. As his red lips opened and closed, profound dragon language sounded. At the same time, his hands quickly changed seals. It was clear that he was using some secret technique to trace Wukong's whereabouts based on the traces here. Fu Qi had just died not long ago. Even if Wukong had the divine technique, he couldn't have escaped from Dragon Island. In other words, he was definitely still here, just hidden. While Fu Tin was using the secret technique to search for Wukong's whereabouts, Mo Huang wasn't idle either. Although he had a lot of grudges with Dragon Island and couldn't wait for all the dragon race members to die, since this matter was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, he couldn't just stand by and watch. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor escaped, the entire star domain would be in turmoil. Even if his spirit beast island was content to stay in a corner, he couldn't just stay out of it. No one knew how terrifying Wukong was more than these great emperors. His existence was simply a tumor to the entire world. A snow-white little beast scuttled out from Mo Huang's sleeve. That little beast looked like a mink or a fox. It was unknown what species it was, but it was about a foot long. Its fur was snow-white and shiny, and its two eyes were rolling around like a human. After it landed on the ground, it kept sniffing lightly. When Zhu Yin saw this, he didn't have any intention to stop it. Instead, he started to chat with Mo Huang. Brother Mo, why do you think Wukong infiltrated Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter our dragon race members? Previously, the two of them were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were like old friends. It wasn't strange at all. Instead, it was natural. Mo Huang said indifferently, I'm not Wukong. How would I know what he's planning? Great Elder is asking the wrong person. He really couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Wukong was notorious and was hated by everyone in the star domain. After escaping with great difficulty and gaining control of Duan Hongchen's body, it was natural for him to hide. With his heaven-devouring Great Emperor's mystical battle method, it wouldn't take him more than a few hundred years to recover to his former peak. After a few hundred years he would come out again. At that time, he would be the strongest person in the star domain again. Unless there was another war of emperors, no one in the world could stop him. Zhu Yin nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. While they were talking, Yang Kai and the others also arrived. When the group of dragon race members saw them, they all looked at him angrily, especially the dragon race members who had fought with Yang Kai before. The battle between 7 dragons should have been a sure-win situation, suppressing Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. But in the end, Yang Kai had broken through the Dragon Temple's protection technique and caused all of them to lose face. Now that they were seeing each other again, how could they be happy? Yang Kai glared at them. How could a defeated general dare to be brave? After their eyes met for a while, many of the dragon race members looked away embarrassedly. Yang Kai suddenly became complacent and looked around majestically. He just happened to catch a glimpse of Fu Xian looking at him with a smile. He immediately looked embarrassed and coughed lightly. I feel that Wukong seems to be very eager to restore his strength. He also heard a few words of the conversation between Mo Huang and Zhu Yin just now, so his words weren't too abrupt. Naturally, he wants to improve his strength. Zhu Yin nodded. He had once stood at the peak of the star boundary and looked down upon all living beings. Even many great emperors were suppressed by him to the point they couldn't raise their heads. Now that his cultivation had plummeted, how could he be willing to endure in silence? It was natural for him to want to improve his strength. Yang Kai said. When Wukong and Senior Duan came out of the Shattered Star Sea, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. When I saw him a few days ago, he was already a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Then a month later, he was already a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The speed of his cultivation improvement is simply incredible. He didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter the dragon race. Perhaps there is something on Dragon Island that can help him improve his strength quickly, such as Fuqi's dragon race source. The essence of the dragon race was an extremely powerful force, and it was very attractive to Wu Kuang. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yan's face suddenly changed as a horrifying thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, "The Dragon Tomb!" Mo Huang's face also sank, luring the tiger away from the mountain. If Wukong's goal was really the Dragon Tomb, then it made sense. The Dragon Tomb contained the source of many dead dragon race members. If he could devour all the source in the Dragon Tomb, then Wukong's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. He had the heritage of the great emperors and occupied Duan Hongchen's body, so there was no such thing as a bottleneck. With the magic of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method, as long as he had enough resources, he could easily improve his strength to a terrifying level. Even if he wasn't as good as the great emperors, he was definitely not an ordinary Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The source of the dragon race was extremely rare, and the energy it contained was beyond imagination. If Wukong's real goal was the Dragon Tomb, then it would be very troublesome. The reason why he exposed his identity and killed Fuqi was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, attracting Zhu Yan, Mo Huang, and the others. After all, these top powerhouses were at the Dragon Tomb at that time. No matter how stupid Wukong was, he wouldn't walk right into the trap. Everything made sense now. At this moment, Fuqi's casting stopped, and he raised his head to look in the direction of the Dragon Tomb. The strange little beast that was released by Mo Huang also growled in that direction. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Dragon Tomb. For a moment, streams of light streaked across the sky, each of them exuding a powerful aura and extremely shocking aura. If others saw such a lineup, they would be horrified. The Dragon Tomb was very far from here. Even if everyone flew at full speed, they still wouldn't be able to reach it in half an hour. Yang Kai looked calm, but in fact, he was secretly worried, not for anything else, but for Duan Hongchen. He was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and the relationship between Duan Hongchen and Azure Sun Temple was also inextricably linked, so he was somewhat related to Duan Hongchen. What's more, he had also received kindness from Duan Hongchen. He admired this person's determination to sacrifice himself and enter the Shattered Star Sea. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't want anything to happen to Duan Hongchen. But now, it seemed that Duan Hongchen had been completely suppressed by Wukong, and he couldn't even easily control his body. Such an encounter was really bad. Wukong's strength hadn't recovered yet, but he could do this to this extent. If he was stronger, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have any way to survive. He was afraid that, as he said, the great emperors of the secular world would be swallowed up. At that time, The fall of the great emperors would be a loss to the entire star boundary. After a while, the dragon's tomb came into view. It was a dusky world, as if it was isolated from this world. It made people feel extremely depressed just by looking at it. Zhu Yan and others suddenly narrowed their eyes and stared at the void in front of the dragon tomb in a daze. Wukong. A figure stood in the void over there, tall and sturdy, wearing a robe that fluttered without wind, and with a faint smile on his face. He looked over with a calm expression. Who else could it be but Wukong? All the people of the dragon race widened their eyes and looked over there, wanting to see if this overlord of the universe, who had disappeared for countless years, had 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 3075. Wukong didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. If they didn't already know his identity, no one would associate him with the name of the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor. Not only was there nothing special about him, even the figure standing in front of the dragon's tomb at this moment was somewhat unreal. It was neither real nor illusory, it was like an illusion. Zhu Yan stopped and his expression became unsightly. Oh no, void soul wandering shadow. Mo Huang also shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. The figure in front was indeed Wukong, but it wasn't Wukong's real body. It was Wukong's secret technique phantom image that almost perfectly replicated his aura and appearance. We've been tricked. Fu Shi clenched her teeth. Whether it was the secret technique she used to track Wukong, or Mo Huang's little beast's guidance, they all pointed to the location of the dragon's tomb. Coupled with Yang Kai's seemingly reasonable urging, everyone thought that Wukong's destination was the dragon's tomb, and the many sources of the dragon race in the dragon's tomb. But when they really arrived at this place, everyone discovered that everything was wrong. Wukong only used a void soul wandering shadow to successfully draw everyone's attention to this place, while his real body was carrying out some kind of conspiracy. This was the real lore of the tiger away from the mountain. In this world, only the existence of the great emperors could deceive the great emperors. Although Wukong's strength had not recovered, he hid in the dark and played everyone in the palm of his hand. He was bold, but also extremely confident. Just when everyone was lost in thought, Wukong's void soul wandering shadow smiled faintly. Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met. No one paid attention to him. This was just a void soul wandering shadow secret technique. It was useless to communicate with him. They might even accidentally fall into Wukong's trap. Since the dragon's tomb wasn't Wukong's goal, what did he want to do? Yang Kai and Li Wuyi turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction, then glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What rich space force fluctuations! Of everyone present, only the 2 of them were proficient in space principles. So when this fluctuation spread out, the 2 of them were the first to sense it. Immediately, Zhu Yan, Fu Shi, and even Mo Huang also sensed it. Fu Shi, and Li Wuyi. Zhu Yan's void soul wandering shadow. Mo Huang's face was ashen as he shouted, "It's the Dragon Palace!" As soon as this was said, everyone's assess Wukong's real target was actually the Dragon Palace. He had used his phantom shadow to attract everyone's attention, while his real body had already sneaked into the Dragon Palace. No one knew what he was up to. Teehee, T-Tess, he'd want to escape. Mo Huang shouted in a low voice, as if he had guessed something, and hurriedly rushed towards the Dragon Palace. For the first time, an anxious look appeared on his face. Obviously, this was a matter of great importance. While everyone was running, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the distance, followed by a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the firmament, as if it had poked a hole in the sky. And the fluctuations of space force were becoming more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai pulled Zhu Qing's hand and flew side by side with her, his expression extremely solemn. He, who was proficient in space principles, knew very well what such fluctuations meant, but he couldn't figure out how Wukong did it. Although he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors, he had never heard of him having any attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. This time, all the masters on Dragon Island had been fooled by Wukong. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. Wukong had put in so much effort to play such a trick on Dragon Island, so he must have made thorough preparations and plans. If Wukong fled, then he and Emo Huang would have to face the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. Emo Huang was a martial beast, so he probably wasn't afraid of Dragon Island, but he couldn't. In front of such a behemoth like Dragon Island, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai gathered Li Jiao and Lu Yan's embodiments and took them all into the small sealed world while they were unprepared. He had to make plans to escape as soon as possible. The pillar of light from the Dragon Palace grew brighter and brighter, almost illuminating the entire Dragon Island. After a while, the light showed signs of weakening, and then it slowly disappeared. When the group hurried to the Dragon Palace, the light had already faded, leaving only a clear fluctuation of space force coming from the depths of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was majestic, and its aura was ancient. It had experienced hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost, and was one of the most important foundations of the entire dragon race. Only the existence of the dragon race's bloodline was qualified to set foot in the Dragon Palace, and this bloodline must be extremely pure. A dragon descendant like Li Jiao didn't even have the qualifications to get close to the Dragon Palace. If he insisted on trespassing, he would immediately be crushed into powder by the dragon pressure in the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai was the last to arrive. Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng were waiting outside the Dragon Palace. Except for them, everyone else was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they had entered the Dragon Palace. After seeing Yang Kai, Li Wuyi smiled at him, but Jiu Feng was surprised, because she found that Lu Yin was gone, and several people related to Yang Kai were also gone. She immediately glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, but didn't say anything. "I'll go in and take a look," Yang Kai said, and stepped inside with Zhu Qing. He wasn't here to join in the fun. He just wanted to know the current situation of Duan Hongqin. The Dragon Palace was deep, and there were huge dragon pillars around it. The whole palace didn't look extraordinary from the outside, but there was a different world inside. In the palace, a powerful dragon pressure surged, giving people a very chaotic feeling. Zhu Qing frowned as soon as she stepped in. She had also entered the Dragon Palace before, but the Dragon Palace was definitely not like today. From this chaotic dragon pressure, she could tell that something was wrong with the Dragon Palace. After walking for a long time, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After a while, a light came into sight. Walking along the light, they soon saw many powerhouses on Dragon Island today. There was no battle as expected. Everyone was gathered around the light motionless. Yang Kai observed their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. When he got closer to take a look, his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. Because the source of the light was actually a void corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there were specks of twinkling stars. It was as if someone had torn a piece of the star field at night, shrunk it, and placed it here. Zhu Yan's face was ashen, and Fu Sui's expression wasn't any better. His pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Emo Huang kept shaking his head and sighed. It's too late. If they let the Wukong escape from Dragon Island today, who knows how many lives would be plunged into misery and suffering in the future. The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor had done this before. Now that the celestial realm was vast and boundless, no one knew where the Wukong had escaped to. Even if they wanted to track him down, it would be impossible. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. He moved closer to Emo Huang and whispered, "Master, did the Wukong escape?" Emo Huang gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "But how did he shatter the space? And the feeling this void corridor gives me, it's not a small matter." Even the spatial array he had set up across territory didn't have such rich spatial fluctuations when it was activated. He faintly felt that this void corridor seemed to lead to an extremely distant place. Emo Huang didn't answer, and Fu Xian said, "He borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace? He actually has such ability. The Dragon Palace was the foundation of the dragon race. How could it be casually borrowed by an outsider? Furthermore, Yang Kai had already felt that there were some extremely powerful auras hidden in this dragon palace. Many of these auras weren't inferior to the 3 great emperors present. Yang Kai guessed that these auras were the auras of the dragon race's ancestor spirits. Fu Xian patiently explained. He killed Fu Qi and stole the dragon race's origin, so that he could smoothly enter the dragon palace. As for how he borrowed the power of the dragon palace to shatter the space, after entering the dragon palace, I'm not too sure. She turned to look at Emo Huang and asked softly, "Do you know why?" She was basically asking on behalf of Yang Kai. Of course, she was also a little curious. Emo Huang said, "Wukong is older than any of us here. It's just said that when Wukong first became one of the great emperors, he had a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If this came from someone else, it wouldn't be very credible. It could basically be said to be groundless accusations. However, since it came from Emo Huang, it meant that it wasn't just a rumor. It was very likely that Wukong really did have a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for him to know some of the dragon race's secret techniques, or profound secret techniques. Borrowing Fu Qi's dragon race's origin to communicate with the dragon palace, then borrowing the power of the dragon palace to shatter the space. This was probably his entire plan. Moreover, he didn't make any mistakes as he walked step by step. Everything went smoothly, and there was no danger. Even though Yang Kai had a bad impression of Wukong, he couldn't help but praise him for devising strategies. The wisdom and methods of the great emperors were indeed extraordinary. The void corridor still exists. Why didn't you chase after it? Yang Kai asked again. Chase after it? Emo Huang glanced at him and sneered. Yang Kai frowned and said, "What's wrong with that? Then do you know where this void corridor leads to? Please enlighten me, master." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Although he could guess that this void corridor led to an extremely distant place, he really couldn't guess the specific location. The Lower Plain Star Territory. Emo Huang's words were earth-shattering. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and exclaimed, "The Lower Plain Star Territory?" These words were a bit loud, and attracted everyone's attention. Fu Qi's eyes were especially cold. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, and was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly became anxious. Why would it be the Lower Plain Star Territory? Isn't there a force called the Star Court guarding the entrance between the Star Boundary and the Lower Plain Star Territory? Why would the entrance open here? Wukong actually escaped to the Lower Plain Star Territory. How could he not be anxious? Although there were many Lower Plain Star Territory, who knew if Wukong would run to the Hung Luo Star Field? If Wukong entered the Hung Luo Star Field, then the entire Star Territory would be finished. Yang Kai's roots were there. Chapter 3076. There wasn't just one Lower Plain Star Territory, there were countless of them. Some were completely sealed off and existed alone, while some were connected to the astral world. The cultivator in these star territory was undoubtedly blessed, because as long as their cultivation reached a certain level, they could go to the astral world, to climb higher mountains, and experience more wonderful things. Many years ago, the astral world and many Lower Plain Star Territory were connected to each other. Not only could the people below reach a certain level of cultivation, but the powerhouses in the astral world could also go down through some means. But after the heaven-devouring great emperors, the entrance to the Lower Plain Star Territory from the astral world was sealed, because for the cultivator in the Lower Plain Star Territory, the powerhouses from the astral world were really irresistible. Just the astral territory destroyed by the heaven-devouring great emperors were innumerable, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be another heaven-devouring great emperors in the future. The existence of many star territory was extremely important to the astral world, so this kind of seal was also a kind of protection. The Star Court was born. This force was extremely mysterious, and ordinary people didn't know about it. It was established by the great emperors at that time, and was responsible for guarding the entrance to the Lower Plain Star Territory, not allowing the people in the astral world to go down at will. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, this star court was presided over by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He always thought that if he wanted to go to the lower plane star territory, he must go through the star court. He also planned to wait until he was free to find a way to go back to the Hung Luo star field and bring his relatives and friends over. He even guessed that Yang Inflammation, who had been without any news, might be in the star court. But he didn't expect that before he had time to implement all his ideas, he would actually see a void corridor leading to the lower plane star territory in the Dragon Palace on Dragon Island, and it was opened by the infamous heaven-devouring Great Emperors. Although the probability of Wukong going to Hung Luo star field was less than 1%, how could Yang Kai not worry? Sometimes it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, when he heard Mo Huang say that Wukong had gone to the lower plane star territory, he immediately panicked. After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "Master, Wukong is still young. If we don't take this opportunity to track and kill them, they will become a disaster in the future. Why are you still hesitating?" Zhu Yan raised his head and glanced at him. His already displeased face darkened slightly. If I could accurately pinpoint Wukong's position, I would have followed him even without you telling me. But now, who knows which star's territory he fled into? Just because of this, you're going to let it go? Yang Kai looked at him without backing down. Mo Huang frowned and said, "Things are not as simple as you think." Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "Even if we don't know which star's territory Wukong fled into, with so many people here, if we all follow him, there will always be a glimmer of hope to find him. But if we don't try, we will only let him roam freely. When Wukong returns from his peak, who in the star boundary can stop him? I'm afraid that you all don't want another battle of the great emperors, right?" "Big guts, big temper." Mo Huang sneered. Yang Kai said, "We're just discussing the matter as it is." Fu Xian said, "This matter involves a lot of things. Don't be impatient." Compared to the others, Fu Xian's attitude towards him was quite good. She couldn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly became so agitated, as if he urgently wanted to track down Wukong. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just can't figure it out." "Shut up. How do you still have the face to speak?" Fu Xian suddenly raised her head and looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her and also lost his temper. He said indifferently, "What does Second Elder want to say?" Fu Xian gritted her teeth. "If not for you today, why would my dragon race have so many unforeseen events? If Fu Qi wasn't injured by you, why would he die so easily? If not for Fu Qi's dragon race origin, how would Wukong be able to enter the dragon hall?" Her accusation was overbearing. Yang Kai sneered. "Why does Second Elder sound like I'm the culprit? My cultivation is still shallow. I can't take up this responsibility. Second Elder is thinking too highly of me." He didn't have a good impression of Fu Xian at all. She wanted to ruin Mo Huang and Fu Xian's good thing. She also wanted to interfere in his matter with Zhu Qing. It was as if she was born to like to break up Mandarin ducks, and couldn't bear to see others in a good situation. Even if she was born with a heavenly fragrance and was cold and elegant, to dare to betroth Zhu Qing to someone else, she is still detestable in my eyes. I can't beat you now, so I'll bear with you for now. When I can take care of you, I'll let you know how it feels to be forced." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said to Zhu Yan, "Great Elder, this happened on Dragon Island. Wukong also escaped from Dragon Island. No matter what, the dragon race has an unshirkable responsibility. The most important thing now is to track down Wukong's whereabouts and nip this danger in the bud. Otherwise, it will become a huge disaster in the future." "Brat, don't push your luck," Fu Xian shouted solemnly. "Great Elder." Yang Kai still ignored her and looked at Zhu Yan stubbornly. Zhu Yan frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you, step aside." He was also a little annoyed with Yang Kai. Although Fu Xian's accusation was a little extreme, Yang Kai still took a large part of the responsibility for what happened on Dragon Island today. He was the one who injured Fu Qi, and he was also the one who restrained the dragon race. If it wasn't because of him, Wukong's scheme wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He knew this, and so did Yang Kai. But he wasn't willing to hear Fu Xian's one-sided accusation. Yang Kai's face sank, but he didn't step aside. He said calmly, "It seems like Dragon Island doesn't want to care about this matter. Fine, since you guys don't care, I will." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him with a weird expression. Fu Xian even secretly transmitted her voice to him. "Don't talk nonsense. Listen to me and step aside. Maybe there is still room for negotiation with Qing'er." Yang Kai looked at her gratefully, but slowly shook his head and said, "I only ask one thing, don't stop me. Just let me leave this place. If I can catch up to Wukong, I will take care of him. If I can't, it won't be a loss to you." As he spoke, he pointed at the void corridor. While everyone was talking, the void corridor was slowly closing. After all, the laws of heaven and earth had the power to repair themselves. This void corridor was forcibly opened by Wukong with the help of the Dragon Palace. It could be considered as a kind of damage to the heaven and earth. Under the power of the laws, this kind of damage would quickly disappear. If Yang Kai wanted to leave through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the void corridor closed, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. "Wishful thinking," Fu Xian shouted. Zhu Yan also shook his head and said, "I can't promise you this." Having a Wukong go to the territory of the lower plains from Dragon Island was already a dereliction of duty on Dragon Island. Although they didn't need to explain it to anyone, it was still a shameful matter. If they also asked Yang Kai to go, wouldn't that be slapping their own face? The two elders of the dragon race didn't agree. There was no room for negotiation. If Yang Kai was tactful, he would naturally avoid the dragon race. Otherwise, if he angered them, it wouldn't end well for him. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back, he even took a step forward and said with a firm expression, "If you can't promise, then that boy can only force his way in. You want to do this the hard way." Fu Xian snorted, "Take him down." She was obviously talking to the dragon race. Even though she didn't like Yang Kai very much, with her identity and cultivation, it wasn't good for her to bully the weak. As soon as she said that, more than 10 people of the dragon race heard it and moved. Although many of their clansmen had suffered a great loss at Yang Kai's hands before, and their protection technique was broken, they didn't suffer much damage. At this moment, there were several elders overseeing this place. How could they be afraid of a Yang Kai? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were tightly surrounded. "Let's see who dares." Yang Kai suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground with one foot. The entire dragon palace suddenly shook. When a resounding dragon roar sounded, a huge golden divine dragon suddenly appeared behind his head. It was shining with golden light and had a threatening aura. The dragon's head was held high and looked disdainfully. As soon as the aura of the golden divine dragon came out, all the dragon race members were dazed. Even the several elders of the dragon race were the same. Ancestral dragon's origin. This was the real ancestral dragon's origin. Although they already knew that the ancestral dragon's origin was in Yang Kai's body, this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. That pure dragon aura was something that even the great elder and second elder couldn't compare to. To all the dragon race members, this ancestral dragon's origin seemed to be the source of everything. It was like a mother's embrace. They couldn't help but feel incomparably close to it. The overflowing hostility disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the several elders of the dragon race became serious. They suppressed their minds and didn't allow themselves to be affected by the ancestral dragon's origin. "Second elder, are you afraid that you've forgotten where this place is, and what kind of power I have?" As soon as the ancestral dragon's origin appeared, Yang Kai seemed to suddenly become taller. He clearly didn't have any traces of dragon transformation, but the gaze he looked at Fu Si was high and mighty, as if he was looking down on him. His hands suddenly formed a strange seal. Two completely different voices came from his mouth. It was as if two people were speaking with his mouth at the same time. One of the voices was extremely strange dragon language, profound and complicated. The other voice was a normal voice. "Water can't live without a source. Wood can't grow without a root. The ancestral dragon's origin is here." Why haven't you all come and see me yet? The two voices rose and fell together, but they were perfectly coordinated. Not only did it not sound abrupt, but it also gave off a different kind of feeling. Many of the ordinary dragon race members didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this, but the expressions of the several dragon race elders changed. Fu Xian's eyes also revealed a strange splendor as she let out a low cry. The dragon roar sounded again. This time, it came from all directions of the Dragon Palace Hall. It was continuous, rising and falling one after another. The sleeping dragons seemed to have heard the call and woke up together. The dark Dragon Palace Hall flashed with light. It was like a prairie fire that quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Dragon Palace Hall was as bright as day. The dragons swam over. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The Dragon Palace Hall instantly became colorful. The first dragon circled above Yonkai's head a few times before settling down. It faced the golden divine dragon and lowered its noble head. The second one, the third one. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3077. In the blink of an eye, the silhouettes of more than a dozen dragons had gathered around Yongkai. These dragons did not have physical bodies, but were extremely pure source strength. What was even more frightening was the size of these dragons. Even the smallest one had a body of 400 feet long. The largest one was around 300 m in size, and its enormous body filled the hall as it circled around, giving everyone an indescribably terrifying pressure. These dragons seemed to have jumped out of an ancient painting and inexplicably descended here. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk gulping sounds could be heard, and the faces of many members of the dragon race finally changed. Under the terrifying dragon pressure, it was extremely difficult for them to even stand, and all of them were trembling, their faces pale. The dragon tomb was the resting place of the dragon race after death, but not all members of the dragon race. Some of the dragon race members would be enshrined in the dragon temple after death, leaving behind a legacy and protection for their descendants. And these dragon race members who could enter the dragon temple after death were all outstanding members of the dragon race of each generation, and were the leaders of the dragon race. In other words, only the great elder of each generation was qualified to be enshrined in the dragon temple after death. And in this generation of the dragon race, only Zhu Yan had such qualifications, not even Fu Ti. The silhouettes of dragons that suddenly appeared from all directions in the dragon temple were the leaders of the dragon race, who had been enshrined here for generations. Zhu Yan even saw a familiar figure among them, a yellow dragon about 400 to 500 meters long. His thoughts drifted back to tens of thousands of years ago, and he recalled the past when he was still young. At that time, he had grown up under the guidance of this master, and after his death, he had taken over the position of the great elder of the dragon race. He stared blankly at Huang Long's figure, and his lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. In his heart, he longed for this master, who had fallen a few tens of thousands of years ago, to raise his head to look at him and praise him for doing well. But to his disappointment, this master lowered his head that he'd never lowered in his entire life, and silently floated behind Yongkai. First-generation elder. Fu Tianyi's eyes lost focus as he looked at the only giant dragon that had reached 100 zhang in length. Although there was a huge difference between the era they lived in and the flowing time great emperor, Fu Tianyi still recognized the origin of this giant dragon at a glance. Only the dragon race of that era could be so majestic. With the passage of time, the dragon race declined further and further. By the time they reached this generation, the true dragon forms they transformed into were only 400 to 500 feet long, which was more than twice as long as the first generation. Those that were slightly smaller than the first-generation elder were probably the second-generation elders, and those that were slightly smaller should be the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. More than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders seemed to have heard the call from ancient times and gathered together. This scene shocked everyone. How dare you do this? Fu Tianyi stared blankly for a long time before she suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, Her clean cheeks suddenly became a little distorted, and her eyes stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she wanted to poke him full of holes. How dare you disturb my dragon race's ancestor spirit? Although her tone was fierce, under the suppression of the entire dragon palace, and the dragon pressure of more than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders, Fu Tianyi was no longer as overbearing as before. Now, she was like an irritated kitten waving her claws, which looked extremely funny. She couldn't be blamed for being so angry. The Dragon Palace was the place where all the great elders of the dragon race were worshipped. It was the foundation that protected the continuous survival of the dragon race. These ancestors had already died long ago, and didn't have their own wills and thoughts. Normally, even if she and the great elder used a secret technique, it was impossible to summon them. But at this moment, after Yang Kai gave the order, more than a dozen generations of elders appeared from their slumber. All the dragon race felt deeply insulted. Emo Huang also looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He didn't expect him to be able to do this. His gaze swept over the golden divine dragon's source, and he knew that the reason for all of this should be this strange source of the dragon race. This brat was also forced to do this. Yang Kai looked at Fu Tianyi with an arrogant expression, but he didn't show off too much, nor did he take the opportunity to do anything to her. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't be willing to make such a big fuss. In the instant that he stepped into this dragon palace, he suddenly sensed that the golden holy dragon essence within his body had come to life, as if it were intimately connected to something around him. Summoning the ancestral spirits of the past great elders of the dragon race was nothing more than an involuntary action. Forced to do this? Fu Tianyi sneered. What do you plan to do now? Are you going to slaughter all of us dragon race? That's a good suggestion. Since we've sowed enmity with each other, killing all of you first will eliminate any future worries. As Yang Kai spoke, his eyes swept across the surroundings, as if seriously considering the feasibility of this plan. Every dragon race member that was targeted by him had a change in expression. The blood in their body seemed to be frozen, and the aura of death shrouded them. Fu Tianyi pursed her red lips, her face filled with stubbornness. Zhu Yan's expression also became solemn. At this time, if Yang Kai borrowed the power of the entire dragon palace to deal with them, even if he and Fu Tianyi joined forces, they could only flee at the sight of the wind. Unless they killed Yang Kai in one blow, they would only have a chance of winning. But under the watchful eyes of more than a dozen dragon race's great elders, even he didn't have a chance to attack Yang Kai. Only they knew how powerful the dragon palace was. A special place, a special power, created an existence that could be called invincible. Emo Huang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to persuade something. Although he didn't like this group of dragon race members, he had never thought of killing any dragon race members, so there wasn't much hatred between them. He didn't know what Yang Kai's personality was like, but if Fu Tianyi really hit the nail on the head, the consequences would be unimaginable. In any case, he didn't want to see anything happen to the dragon race here. This was the Dragon Palace, one of the two foundations of the dragon race. If the dragon race was massacred here, it would be a big joke. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai's murderous aura suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly became harmless. Everyone is Qinger's family, so let's not talk about fighting and killing. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk about it. What do you think, Great Elder? Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "The weak are prey to the strong. The winner takes all. Now your fist is the biggest. You have the final say." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder seems to have some opinions about this junior, but it doesn't matter. This junior is only willing to go to the territory of the lower plains. I have no other request. I hope Great Elder can fulfill it. And, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Great Elder is really righteous. This junior thanks you." The corners of Zhu Yan's mouth twitched even more. He lowered his eyes and didn't say a word. From the beginning to the end, he was just talking to himself, but he still had the nerve to say that he was righteous. There was no time to lose. The void corridor broken by Wukong would be completely closed in a while. Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything here. If he wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Qing. You stay. Zhu Qing opened her mouth, but Yang Kai took a step forward, reached out, hugged her, and kissed her in front of everyone. The expressions of the group of people became extremely strange. They didn't know whether to look or not. They all turned their eyes away, only thinking that this kid was simply too shameless, doing such a dirty thing in such a sacred place like the Dragon Palace. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have been killed. Zhu Qing's mouth was blocked, she couldn't speak. When their lips parted, her face was completely red, and Yang Kai's reminder sounded in her ears, wait for me. It was not that he didn't want to take Zhu Qing away, but the road ahead was uncertain. How could he bear to take Zhu Qing and suffer hardships? Fu Qi was already dead. There was no problem for Zhu Qing to stay on Dragon Island. He looked at Fu Tun again and said, Second Elder, I have offended you today. I hope that Master will forgive this lowly one's offense. After all, this kid is still young and impetuous. Please bear with him, and come back another day to apologize. Zhu Qing wanted to stay. He had no choice but to give in, lest this woman make things difficult for Zhu Qing. The other meaning of these words could also be heard as a threat. If he could break into Dragon Island once, he could break into Dragon Island twice. If Zhu Qing really suffered any grievances after he left, the next time Yang Kai came to Dragon Island, he would probably have a different attitude. At that time, it would not be to apologize but to denounce. Fu Tun clearly understood, and snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xian, who had been nestled in Emo Huang's arms, and smiled slightly. I have to thank Fourth Elder for today's matter. I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting. This is my gift of thanks. As he spoke, he made a hand seal with one hand, and a dragon's roar sounded instantly. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly appeared from the void and flew towards Fu Xian like lightning. Emo Huang frowned. Although he could intercept it, he felt that Yang Kai had no ill intentions, so he let him do as he pleased. That stream of light entered Fu Xian's body, and the sound of something shattering rang out. Zhu Yan looked at him with a gentler gaze, but Fu Tun's expression became more and more unsightly. Fu Xian's pale face finally regained some color, and her beautiful eyes shone with surprise as she looked at Yang Kai with gratitude. Yang Kai nodded slightly to her, turned around, and without hesitation, stepped into the void corridor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the figures of the dozen or so dragon race elders who had been summoned slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the sound of breathing could be heard. Many of the dragon race members looked at each other in dismay, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Emo Huang looked at Fu Xian in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Just now, could it be?" Fu Xian nodded gently. Locking Dragon Seal has been lifted. Locking Dragon Seal was one of the dragon race's secret techniques, and it had always been used on the sinners of the dragon race. Once the Locking Dragon Seal was used on them, the dragon race's essence within their body would be completely suppressed. More than 10 years ago, when Fu Xian was banished to the Dragon Tomb, the Locking Dragon Seal was used on her. This secret technique was not only a punishment for the dragon race, but also a symbol of the sinners of the dragon race. This secret technique bound Fu Xian, and even Emo Huang had no way to remove it. Although he could forcibly bring Fu Xian out of the Dragon Tomb, as long as the Locking Dragon Seal was not removed, Fu Xian would continue to weaken until she died. He had never had a good way to remove the Locking Dragon Seal. Chapter 3078. Sometimes happiness came so suddenly. The dragon race secret technique that Emo Huang was helpless against had been broken by Yang Kai with a snap of his fingers. He was overjoyed. Originally, because of Emo Xiaoqi, he had some complaints about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so rude to a junior today. But at this moment, he only felt gratitude towards Yang Kai, and felt that he really owed him a big favor. The dragon sealing seal being broken meant that Fu Xian's identity as a sinner of the dragon race no longer existed. Naturally, she would no longer be banished to the dragon tomb. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Yan and Fu Xi, secretly making up his mind that he would take Fu Xian away today no matter what. If these two still insisted on stopping him, then he would have no choice but to fight. After more than 10 years of self-reproach, he couldn't just leave Fu Xian alone. However, what made him secretly heave a sigh of relief was that neither Zhu Yan nor Fu Xian seemed to have much of a reaction to the dragon sealing seal being broken. The two of them only silently looked at the gradually shrinking void corridor. Zhu Qing also looked over at the same time. After a while, the void corridor disappeared. Zhu Yan turned to look at Emo Huang and said, "Wukong has escaped. We need to inform the others about this and take precautions, especially the Star Court side." Emo Huang nodded and said, "I naturally know this. I will personally go to the Star Court later to discuss how to deal with this matter with the Iron Blood." Zhu Yan said, "My dragon race is duty-bound to deal with Wukong's matter. If you need anything, Brother Emo, just say the word. Since Great Elder has said so, I'm afraid that I will have to trouble the dragon race in the future. This Emo will take his leave for now." He said this and was about to leave with Fu Xian. Fu Xi suddenly said, "You can go, but Fu Xian stays." Emo Huang raised his brow. "Second Elder, do you want to fight with this king again?" This woman was simply a little unreasonable. Emo Huang was also really angry. If she really insisted on making things difficult for him and his wife, he would turn the Dragon Island upside down today. Fu Xi said indifferently, "After being imprisoned for over a dozen years, Fu Xian's foundation has already been damaged. My dragon race has a secret art to allow her to recover faster. Does your Spirit Beast Island have it? If there is, you can take her away as you please. This consort will not object." Emo Huang was taken aback, but immediately became overjoyed. He laughed and said, "So that's what Second Elder meant." Fu Zhen said, "What do you think I meant?" Emo Huang coughed lightly and nodded. "That's good too. Then, Xian you can stay here. I'll make a trip to the Star Court first. When I return, I'll bring little Seven to see you." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Fu Xi. Seeing that although she frowned, she didn't have any intention of objecting, he was even more delighted. It seemed that Yang Kai's actions today had hit her hard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed so much. Although they didn't agree to him bringing his daughter to Dragon Island, at the very least, they didn't object. If it was in the past, Fu Xi would definitely not have such an expression. When she heard him mentioning little Seven, Fu Xian's eyes revealed an expectant expression. She nodded and said, "All right. Wait for me." Emo Huang reached out his hand and caressed Fu Xian's cheek. He really didn't have the face to kiss her in public like Yang Kai did. That kid's face was too thick. He turned around and walked out of the Dragon Palace hall with light steps. Zhu Qing walked forward and supported the weak Fu Xian. The two dragon ladies who shared the same fate couldn't help but become close to each other. In the vast star field, the stars were twinkling. A pitch-black battleship was sailing like a giant beast. That battleship was 300 meters long and had a sleek design. Although it was huge, its speed wasn't slow. The surroundings were filled with meteorites. Large and small meteorites shuttled around the battleship like shooting stars. Occasionally, a meteorite would smash onto the battleship, causing the surface of the battleship to flicker with specks of light and spread out like ripples. However, the smaller meteorites weren't a threat to the battleship. Even if they smashed onto the battleship's surface, they would be blocked by the battleship's defense and turned into rubble. Only those slightly larger meteorites would cause the warship to shake a little, but along the way, they were scared but not in any danger. In the battleship, all kinds of arrays were buzzing. In the control center of the battleship, a group of cultivators' expression was extremely solemn. Through the transparent window made of crystal, they watched the meteorites fly past them. All of them were sweating profusely. Meteorite C. In the star territory, there were two things that the battleship was most afraid of encountering. One was the Meteorite Sea, and the other was the Starfield Storm. The former was fine. Most of the Meteorite Sea could be avoided in advance. Only some of the larger ones couldn't be avoided. However, in the vast star territory, the chances of encountering them were not high. In the territory of the star territory, the starfield storm was something that would make people pale. It was a natural disaster that could really take people's lives. Even a 300 meters long battleship like this one wouldn't be able to survive if it was caught in the starfield storm. Every year, countless battleships and cultivator died in the meteorite sea and starfield storm. The battleship in front of them wasn't very lucky. Originally, the battleship was filled with powerful cultivators, and the most outstanding star engineer had drawn the sailing route. Logically speaking, they wouldn't encounter any danger. They would only need to spend some time to reach their destination. However, a large wave of meteorite sea was coming from the front. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. The battleship could only brace itself and face it head-on, shuttling through the meteorite sea to avoid it. In the center of the battleship, a woman in a palace dress stood there. She looked to be in her 20s. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was stunning. At this moment, her face was dignified. She was constantly giving orders. Because of her nervousness, the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat. A delicate fragrance spread out with her as the center. All the cultivator in the battleship, whether male or female, maintained a higher frequency of breathing than usual. It was as if they wanted to inhale the fragrance into their lungs and imprint it in their minds, never to forget it. How much longer? The woman suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, an old man was holding an astrolabe and carefully examining it. A three-dimensional pattern lit up on the astrolabe. It was clearly the territory map of the star field where the battleship was located. It was unknown how the old man had drawn it. In the pattern, a light representing the battleship was slowly moving forward. Around it were countless small dots of light, each of which represented a meteorite that could threaten the battleship. Hearing the woman's question, the old man pondered for a moment and said, "Half an hour. We can cross this meteorite sea in half an hour. We have already traveled half of it." The woman nodded and said, "That's good. We'll have to continue to trouble old Chen." The woman was obviously the person in charge of this battleship, and her cultivation was also quite good. But she still had to be polite to this old man surnamed Chen. This old man was one of the most famous star masters in the entire territory of the star field. She had paid a huge price to invite him to accompany her on this trip. Star masters had a very high status in the territory of the star field, not inferior to alchemists and artifact refiners in the slightest. This was because a star master was a very important existence when sailing through the territory of the star field. A good star master could help the battleship avoid many unpredictable dangers. Old Chen said with shame, "Young Lady Lu is too polite. This old master should have noticed the existence of this meteorite sea in advance. But now it is this old master's responsibility. Life is not as you wish, 9 times out of 10, Lu Huaishuang said. Lu Huaishuang tried to persuade him. She seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face darkened slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Elder Chen, you don't have to blame yourself. This trip is all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows how many dangers we would have encountered. It is also thanks to you that we were able to arrive here safely." Old Chen said, "I am indebted to young Lady Lu for thinking so highly of me. This old master is very grateful." Just as they were talking, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the side. "Young lady, not good." Lu Huaishuang's expression changed and she turned her head. "What's wrong?" At this sensitive time, she was most afraid of hearing bad news, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. A meteorite is coming from 100 miles away. How big is it? Not too big, but the energy fluctuations are very terrifying. While speaking, Lu Huaishuang had already rushed over and looked closer. Sure enough, there was a bright spot of light on the star field array, and it was hitting the battleship at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, it was already close to half of the star field array. With just a glance, Lu Huaishuang frowned. Old Chen also looked surprised. Strange, this meteorite isn't that big. How can the energy fluctuations be so terrifying? He could be considered a knowledgeable man, But this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. He couldn't understand it. Star cannon, Lu Huaishuang shouted and then added, 10. Traveling in the boundless starry sky, one would always encounter all kinds of dangers. For some unavoidable threats, the best way to deal with them was to destroy them, and the star cannon was the most effective method. Star cannon was not used lightly, because it required a large amount of crystals to convert into attack power. Every time it was used, it meant a loss of wealth. It had to be said that although Lu Huaishuang was a woman, she had a decisiveness that many men did not. Firing 10-star cannon at the same time required a lot of courage. But the order was quickly carried out. Around the battleship, 10-star cannon poked out of the holes, and a dazzling white light began to condense, and a shocking energy fluctuation was transmitted out. In the next moment, the battleship vibrated and the force pushed back from one side, causing the entire battleship to shake. 10 white beams of light shot towards a certain spot in the void, converging with incomparable precision. The light bloomed, and the dark star field seemed to suddenly have a dazzling sun, causing everyone in the battleship to involuntarily squint their eyes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk an earth-shattering sound followed, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The area covered by the light was like the end of the world. The meteorites around the target of the attack, no matter how big or small, were all turned to dust in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The group sighed softly, although they had long known the terrifying power of the star cannon. The shock of 10-star cannon, hitting the same spot, still left them speechless for a long time. No matter what kind of trick the meteorite had, it was likely that it had vanished into thin air by now. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.